Hey folks, good morning. Welcome to Big Jet TV. It's the midweek show. We're live from Manchester Airport and we are here at the Airport Pub. Coming back to you. It might just be an EasyJet single aisle minibus, but it's glorious. Never have I thought we'd say, wow, look at this A320. Give us a flash, mate. Audio good, Chili. Oh my God, are you serious? It's a setting, it's got to be a setting or something, hasn't it? Oh well, doesn't matter. It's done now, isn't it? Yeah. Keep it down though, Jelly man. Keep it down. Yeah. Well, no. Just. Okay. Perfect. Yeah. Carry on. Yeah. An update. Oh, great. What's that got to do with him, though? Oh, I see. Right, I'm witches. Yeah. Okay, oh well. It's tech, innit? It's tech. It happens a lot, man. It happens a lot. Look at that lovely blank taxiway. Right, okay, let's have a little look. We've got a new member. Let's say hello to a few people. Cassius Johnson. Cassius Johnson is a new member. Welcome, Cassius. Liz Matthewman, Danny Robull. Wet runway for the A380. Now, as he says that, let's just have a little look. Folks, as you can see, bottom right-hand corner of your screen, we are at the Airport Pub here at Manchester. A really popular spot for folks here coming to watch the planes and also just to have a great meal and chill out. It is bank holiday this weekend, so maybe think about coming up here maybe next Monday, sitting out in the nice weather, believe it or not. Yes, that's right. Look, no rain. So we are we're hopefully going to be this weekend basking in sunshine until the next influx of cold weather fronts from wherever they may be coming from, which is lovely, isn't it? Okay, so that little EasyJet off on its way to Faro. What have we got inbound? I've got a little 320, BA 320 in from London. It says London. Is that London Gatwick or is it coming in from London Heathrow? I think it's London Heathrow. Nice little Lufthansa regional jet in from Munich, which is fun. What else have we got? Let's just have a look. The Air France, the Little Hop, that's an Embraer 170, in from Paris Charles de Gaulle. Couple of 3 TUI jets right now over Italy that are outbound. The Emirates 380, by the looks of it, doesn't give me a time. She's 40,000 feet, travelling at 458 knots right now, and just behind the Etihad 787-9. So I'd imagine they're about 5 hours out, wouldn't you say? Something like that. But other than that, I did what I do when I'm checking out how busy airports have been, and this is something that not a lot of people are aware of, but you can look back on your radar apps. On the bottom of my plane finder, there's a little button on the bottom menu. It says playback. It gives you the date, and you can scroll back to like last Wednesday, like I did with Manchester for last Wednesday, and it was quite busy. And the best thing to do is zip it right up real quick, because in these current times, obviously it's not very busy, but you can fast forward it really quick so you can see what's coming in. And there was a fair amount of traffic, so let's hope. It feels good to be back at Manchester. It feels good to have a different view. Now, normally, under normal conditions, this taxiway would be hustle and bustle with aircraft taxiing out. As you can see, as it currently stands, there isn't. Good news is that over here on this right-hand pan there is where the TUI Maxes were parked. Now, it appears that they've also resurfaced this taxiway here. And the great news is that that's the full-length taxiway. Just had a little private jet that went out, and that went out full length as well. So we should be able to get some real close-up action of the jets from this position here. And again, I have to say a big thank you, big shout out to Terry and all the crew here at the airport pub at Manchester. There is only one airport pub, I think, in the UK. Searched it on Waze last night. It came up on Waze. The nearest one other than that is 3,780 miles away, somewhere in America or something like that. So you're quite lucky that when you type in the airport pub into Waze, you can even search the website and everything about it. Great menu here as well. They've got the hangar there, which under the current circumstances, thinking ahead was Terry when he put that up, because it's obviously heated down there. It's open air, which is great for current situations, but it is heated as well, and open to for air to circulate. But a great place to hang out in there if it starts to hammer it down with rain. And of course, nice play area for the kids, and lots of outdoor seating. And again, in this current climate, nicely spaced out. Man. So there we go. Let's just have a little look and see if there's anything coming up on radar. Nothing on radar at the moment. Let's just go back to the comments. Good morning to you. Fast as funk. Wet runway. I would say a drying runway. Oh, blimey, Chilly. Oh, Chilly, oh, okay. What happened there? Andy RC, welcome back to Big Jet TV. Andy RC is a new member. Sam Brown is a new member. Liz Matthewman, Jonas Gerley, Tony Ireland, Paul Wilshire. Good morning from London Heathrow. Nice to see a different airport. Indeed it is. Keith Cornell, I saw yesterday that Airbus are looking to develop an A322, a stretch version of the A321. Really? That's something I've not heard. Very interesting. Let's just have a look and see if I can find anything on that. Airbus 322. Okay, A322neo, A321, 325 family. Could Airbus build an A322, a new 250 seat passenger plane, simple flying, this is saying. Now, where are they getting their information from? A322. I mean, that is really bordering a 321 stretched variant. That's bordering on, you know, your 250 seats. That's sort of like 757 area, isn't it? Airbus could build a new aircraft, A322, to fix the middle of the market problem. It could be based on the 320 platform with the improvements developed during the 321 XLR program and better designed for medium haul routes. Okay, you can watch a video about this topic below. Could Airbus build? Okay, so this is not. This is just speculation by the looks of things at the moment. This is something that it's in discussion. Is there anything? As far as I can see, there's nothing official from Airbus themselves. Essentially, the middle of the market is a gap between short-haul, smaller single-aisle aircraft like the Boeing 737 or Airbus A320, and wide-body long-haul aircraft like the 777 or Airbus A350 airline. So, in other words, we're talking about that market, that area, which the 767s fill, and sort of like just below that point. But interestingly, what's the? Let's just have a quick look and see what the A321. Okay, A321 passenger capacity is 244 passengers. So that's quite interesting. 244, and they're looking at an A322 with 250 seats. So that can't be right. Another 6 seats, developing in a whole new aircraft. It would just be another extended. I was under the impression that the XLR, extra long range, would be there to fill that market. So something up for discussion, but. Keith, thanks for bringing that to us. Andrew Speck, good morning. Photozot, Anne Campbell. Hodgie, good morning to you. Andy Sokolau. Mark Whitehouse, Helly M. It is an awesome place for spotting. I mean, just bear in mind that the garden here is where we're talking about for people to come and visit, which is out here. And you can stand right up against that fence there, folks. And with the big jets like the A380, which I have no doubt at all in my mind that A380 that's inbound at the moment will use the full runway to go out. So this shot that you're seeing right now will be full of an aeroplane, and hopefully a little bit later on we might get some heavy taxiway action. Ralph Skyperian, David Edwards, good morning from David Edwards tuning in from Penzance. Christine, good morning to you. Nick McNair, Dane Grayson, Kevin Bond, Hertfordshire 247. Good news footage from 1998 when a DC-10 engine catches fire. Blah blah blah. People being evacuated at Manchester. Wow. Alison Billett, good morning. Alison Billett, are you inside? Are you inside? No, Alison, I'm outside. Exposed to the elements. Imran, yes, no more cold weather, please. Good morning to everybody watching right now. We're at Manchester International. Something over the top of me right now. Cloudy skies, but broken cloud. Which, that's something cruising above me. Can you hear that? Breaking the cloud there, but that's not going to give me a Martin Slater tuning in from Paul. Keith Cornell, that T-tail in the distance could be Avro RJX 146. Yes, it is the 146 that's in the RVP, the Runway Visitors Park. And on another occasion, we will go back to the RVP, a great position. Which is better when they're operating on a different runway, because in a different direction, on the opposite direction, because the aircraft will taxi out past the RVP. At the moment they're coming out left and sort of missing the RVP, so this is the spot. People saying yes, they can hear that. That's good. American 777 to Dallas, Vissam saying. Okay, thank you, Vissam. American 777 to Dallas, and Skipper also confirming that. Thanks for all the updates, folks. That's what we want, is we want you to bring us as much information as you can. Simonised, modernised 757 he's talking about. Well, I mean, you know, there was speculation. There has been talk of Boeing producing the 797, which would sort of like potentially fill that gap in the marketplace as well. So obviously, both Airbus and Boeing looking at a variant to fill that specific place in the market at the moment, and it's who can get there first, I'm guessing. And who's got the best designers to bring out the best designs. Robert Mendez, good morning to you. Tuning in from John Neal's tuning in from Brisbane, Australia, for the first time in a long time. What can we do to get an airport pub at Heathrow? Can the Hyatt roof help us out? Anthony Cornfield. Trust me, that's an ongoing discussions that I'm having with the guys at the Hyatt. What one has to appreciate is that you know, what might seem an amazing idea for us, understandably, could potentially, well, not that. Some people might not get as turned on about it because they've obviously, you know, they've suffered quite substantially. You've got to probably throw 20, maybe even 30 grand at that upper roof space, because obviously it was built for one person to go out there, and which was the owner of the hotel himself, his own little private putting green. Oh, here we go. Which, you know, was made to take his weight and his weight only. So there's a lot of you know, that whole roof area, would have to be stripped back. The structure would have to be significantly upgraded and strengthened. And of course the you know, lots of health and safety issues that need to be taken into consideration if you can start letting people run around on the top of a roof. So bear that in mind, folks. Jed Kenyon. I live near Manchester Airport but working today and can't meet you, Jerry. Jed, that's a great shame. Lars Beckstad, good morning to you, Lars. So we've got that BA, there's another one over the top of me. This one. Julie? Sorry. No, just yeah, just see if this is showing on your radar. That's all. It is, yeah. Was it Dublin or is it Dublin? Yeah, I can. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Chicky Armitage, we do. Let's see if I can get away. So going out on intersect. Quite busy skies over the top of me at the moment. And here comes the rain. Oh, you gotta love the old English weather, haven't you? Hey? Rob Duff. See how he's got the elevators down just to keep the nose down. Saw one of Virgin's A330s parked up as I drove round the back of the airport earlier on. Whether there's more here, I don't know. Maybe a few of you Manchester locals will let me know about that. Big shout out, of course, to Martin Langren and his crew here. Streamers from Manchester Airport, very well known as well, of course. Airliners Live. Wow. Yeah, so there we go. Daniel McGowan, yes, you can come to the garden of the pub. You most certainly can, Daniel, sorry. Anybody can visit here, folks. This is open right now from 9 AM through till obviously whatever hour it is. I don't know what the closing time is at pubs at the moment in the UK. I don't know if they've made it 10 o'clock for the time being or not. I don't know, but yeah, very easy to check them out. Airport Pub Manchester. Find their website. I think you can check out the menu on there as well. Got some great food on the menu, great grub, and some really good beers, I have to say, on the pumps as well. Now, unfortunately, my radar is not Chicky Armitage loving the engine sound. It's always great when I get that feedback from you because obviously that's what's important to me, is that audio is just as important to me as the video is, of course. And that's why we've invested quite a lot more money in our audio equipment as well now. So you will have noticed, and we have had a lot of feedback from people about how good the audio sound is coming across. George Boonstra, good morning to you. Not a lot of movements yet at Manchester, no, but it will come, folks, it will come. And we do have an A380 inbound. Jamie Bottomley's. That's a long way off, Jamie. And not only that, but Jamie, what you've got to appreciate is that that paddock is very restrictive. You wouldn't get planning permission to build anything of any great height at all. Purely because of its location and where it is. The best chance you've got is buying up Myrtle Avenue, and or buying the last house on the street at Myrtle Avenue. I've already spoken to the fella a few years ago, bumped into him as he was walking out his house. I asked him if he's ever considering selling the house, and he's not. Take the roof off and just create this big massive platform up there, glazed but with a movable glazed roof. So imagine that. That would just be fantastic. But obviously for your own leisure, of course. Jason Lowe, welcome back to First Class. Welcome, Jason, good to see you here. Sharon Evans, what happened to going to East Midlands? Oh well, as I said, Sharon, as it said on the it was just a logistical issue with the client, and this happens quite a lot. If you're a regular on Big Jet TV, you'll know that we do have, obviously, from time to time, we do have projects that are lined up, and then last minute it can all fall apart purely down to a last minute communication with somebody from a management standpoint, from somebody within the company, because what you've got to appreciate is the client is the most important aspect of the whole project, and the client more often than not does not want their product or brand being shown on any platform, I mean, any type of media, be it photographic, stills, or video. Yeah, unfortunate, but we will have projects that will be coming up with Cargo Logic, and thanks to them for trying, by the way, folks. We'll just have to wait and see. Okay, what's that moving on there? Okay, let me just check. Is that on that? Yes, that's on that. Okay. Is that doing that then? There we go. Say it again. Okay, here we go. BA 320 from London Heathrow, I think. Yeah, that's a Neo, all right. Look at those big engines, man. And you can hear her as well. It. As you can see, as he falls away from us, dips away, there is a hump in this runway. It's got an up ramp, as you can see here, runs all the way up to that hump, that midpoint, and then runs down the other side. So most of, if not all of, the landing aircraft landing on or before that hump, a bit like a landing on the face of a jump, as opposed to landing on. I remember seeing when we were parked up right over the other side on the southern runway one time, we got an aircraft that landed just at the top of the hump, and literally almost took off again. He actually did take off again, launched, which was, you know, either an error on his part or just something that was completely under control, but he just landed quite far down a runway. All right. Andrew Hickingbottom, good morning to you. Cameron Flying Banana. Marianne Edwards, Sam Brown, lovely stuff. Clean Landing, wouldn't say butter. Robert Pimlott, good morning to you. And Campbell. Hodgie, now the height daylight coming up. Do evening show from East Midlands would be great. Look. Oh yes, Hodgie. Yeah, good point. That I've actually put that across to my contact at AMA. Copy, GP. 4. Oh, really? David Bowman. Do the Neos have to fill up both ends, or can they do multiple journeys on one full tank? Alex is playing videos. Well, Alex, that's a very good point. And what you've got to appreciate is landing weight is what's important here. Maximum takeoff and maximum landing weight. So no is the answer to that. They will have to fuel up for each individual leg. So if he would have burnt off, he would still have enough fuel in the tanks at the moment, but not enough fuel to get them back to London Heathrow, so to speak. They will need to refuel or top the tanks up. But good question. Thomas Forbes, good morning to you. Robert Pimlott, good morning to you. Helly M. Anyone else tracking the lawnmower at Manchester? That's about the only thing that's on radar. Is it? Is it grass too? Where is it? Where is it at the moment? Where is it? Is it? Oh, is it? Okay, so I should nearly be able to pick him up. Yeah, no. He's not in that. Okay, it's going to be over that side. It's going to be over this side, isn't it? It's going to be over that side. Who's tracking the lawnmower? Yeah, yeah. There must be a grass area out there somewhere. Is it going up and down and up and down and up and down? Yes. Right, right, okay. What's that humming noise? Yeah, yeah, he's out. Yeah, he's out of sight. Oh, hold on. I see a little light there. It's not him, is it? No, no. I know where that spot is. That's where we park the van, isn't it, when we go down the RVP? Down the old RVP. Okay, all right. So where I'm pointing now is, you can actually see the RVP there. Is it? Let's just have a look out for him, shall we? Whoever thought that we would be looking out for a lawnmower on Big Jet TV? Big Lawnmower TV. I'm sure he'll appear at some point. Yeah, I'm just thinking, Jilly, if that is the case of that many jumbos going into EMA, I could go down there, couldn't I? On the way back, yeah. Glenn Knowles, I thought JetBlue was going into Heathrow. It is, isn't it? Ross Watts. Trev Lyon. David Bowman, saw my dad at the weekend, who reminded me of the time I sat in the cockpit as a treat for landing of a 757 Odyssey International years ago, when he was the lead aviation underwriter for the airline. Wow. So is that something that you'd forgotten as a kid or something like that, maybe? But David, yeah, great memories. I'm fortunate to enough have travelled on the jump seat of my dad's DC-8 many times, as well as a couple of times on his Britannia. Can you believe it? Into Luton Airport. Let's get Paul Ralph, Lufty, about to make turn on to finals. Thanks, Paul. Now this is the little Lufty lawn dart, isn't it? There he is, yeah. Regional, the RJ 900. Okay, KLM 737, just north of Norfolk Digital. Oh, there's another Lufty. Oh, 319 in the old livery, which is always good to see. Acorn Revival, good morning to you. Morning, everybody. Hope you're doing well. Andrew Foster, I remember Odyssey International 757s coming to LBA from Toronto back in the day. Acorn Revival, good to see B Jet in this part. Oh, Big Jet, sorry, in this part of the country, not far from me in the Peak District. Well, pre-COVID, Acorn, we were here at least once a month, weren't we, Gilly? At least once a month, at least. Early mornings on the South Bank, watching them turn onto the southern runway for departures. Just the most awesome early morning sunrise shows that no doubt at some point in time in the future will happen again. But we'll always, sometimes we'll double up where we'll do the, as it was then, 7:30 in the morning through till about 10:30. Sometimes the 380 would come out, it would be literally the last departure out of the southern runway, or we'd miss it and it would come up this way because it was a little bit delayed. And then we'll make our way up to the airport pub here for part 2. So it is something. Oh yeah, I mean that south side shot is probably the most incredible, yeah. But there will be a hell of a lot of trimming that will need to be done there. Pruning, remember it's called pruning. It's not, you know, disruptive in any way to the bush. In fact, if anything, it promotes growth as opposed to getting long spindly bits like that you get in your shot. If you cut it down and trim it, you get much more bushiness, so it's better for the birds if they're nesting, but obviously you're not going to be pruning anything at this time of the year when the birds are nesting. Got to give them time. Like I've got a couple of robins nesting in my shed at the moment, and in the tree outside my kitchen. Huh? Kirsty Finch, Marion, you said about show on Monday. Did I say about show on Monday? Did I say I was in the USA this weekend? No. Where did you hear that then, Marion? Hashtag protect the bush, Paul Ralph. Emirates 380 due in 2 hours and 10 minutes. There we go, Dick Dastardly. Thank you for that. James the Weatherman, CRJ 900 just flew over me in Stockport. Here it comes now, folks. Emma Louise Seymour got the Air France Cargo 777 over me here in Cumbria. Russ CT, good to see you. From who? Okay. Oh, what, at Manchester? Love a tea tail. Sketch. Now, what is the departure time for the 380? That's the key for me. Is it? Okay. So oh, look at this, look at this. Oh, I love geese, man. A little mini format there. 215, yeah? So theoretically, Gilly, 215 could pack up here and then head down to EMA, see if we can get a little bit of cargo traffic out of EMA. EMA! Ah. How about that? Thomas Bennett. Welcome back, Thomas. Daniel asking, any 757s parked up, Jerry? I've been following the TUI 757, which has done flights for 15 minutes every couple of weeks since lockdown. Daniel, that's something that I can't see from here, but I did hear that yes, TUI have been obviously operating their 787s on cargo operations. Their Maxes have been, you know, they have to keep these aircraft on because they're on the ground. To get an aircraft back in the air takes around about a week to prep it completely. Also, what you need to consider is that every couple of weeks or 3 weeks, there are certain procedures that have to be done to an aircraft that is on the ground to stop it from sort of like you know, starting to rot. Literally, they have to move it. They have to because of obviously the tyres. If you've got all that weight on the tyres, they have to do some of the maintenance checks that they have to do are like swing checks to make sure that the undercarriage is still swinging freely. So that's a case of putting it on jacks and using the and bringing the undercarriage up and down. That's something that they can only do at heavy maintenance facility. That's the reason why, unless, like for example, Virgin and British Airways at Heathrow have their own facilities there, therefore they're able to do it. But a lot of the other airlines have to use MRO, maintenance, repair operations to carry out heavy maintenance. Virgin have done that out in Dresden, believe it or not, most recently with their A330s that we've been hearing about. But yeah, I mean, an aircraft has to go through a number of weekly inspections and checks, electrical systems, hydraulic systems, make sure that everything's working on board the aircraft, just so that at any one time they might be called into service. And of course, as it stands at the moment, there are lots and lots of aircrafts all out of position in terms of where they're located at remote areas. Terry?
You all right, mate?
Yeah, you? All right, mate. I'm all right, mate. I've got one here. I've got my little flask. I'll come down for a top up later. Thanks, Terry. Looking well, mate. Timmy Toothpick's flying in one of those in a couple of hours. What's that, Jelly? Sorry, were you trying to sell me something? Trying to sell me something? Yeah, I've got something here. Do you fancy a couple of pairs of flip-flops? I've got a spare pair of flip-flops. Sorry. Okay. Richard Payne, thank you. 14:15 departure for the 380. So that's what we're going to go up to, folks. We're going to go up to around about 2:15, or from whence the A380 departs here at Manchester International. Then we'll pack it in, and then head back down south. But on the way back, we'll just head into EMA. It's very simple. Go park the van up, go and have a little look, see if there's anything there, and obviously I'll be in touch with Gilly during that time. The trouble is with EMA and on radar, it's difficult to sometimes see these aircraft because they actually don't show. Like for example, was it ATC Aerotrans Cargo, or was it ACT? I can't remember. One of the two that were oh no, yesterday at Heathrow. It was Longtail Aviation operating a 747 on lease from Aqualine, from our good friends at Aqualine. It's crazy, that guy at Aqualine has gone from literally, like so many cargo operators, have gone from struggling in a very competitive market pre-COVID to now like not knowing having to actually buy or lease more aircraft in order to cover the demand that they're getting from people around the world, literally. So if you're in the cargo market at the moment, or you've got a spare 747 hanging around, then you're in a very good position. But you would obviously have to have a very good logistics department and know how the cargo market works. Etihad 787 due in 1 hour and 55. Dick Dastardly saying, I think he's just in front of the Emirates 380 actually. Get Journeyman, good morning to you. Simon Brackett, I see on Flight Radar the Cargologic 747 arrival is cancelled. That's interesting. So has that whole operation been curtailed perhaps? Vince G, geese with gear up. Tony McCall, Kalita 747 due into EMA in 1 hour. Okay, well if that's the case, they'll turn it around in 2 hours, so that's 3 hours, so that'll probably be gone by the time we get down there, but we can have a look. Hodgie, EMA cargo traffic starts around about 7:30-ish. Yeah, yeah, you know what, actually, Gilly, you know, it doesn't get dark till 10 o'clock, so yeah, I know, but you know, it's not like I've got to get up at stupid o'clock tomorrow morning, is it? But we'll have to see. Phil Loxham, thank you very much indeed. It's what? Sorry, say that again. Okay, so drive time. Yeah. Well, that's an hour and 20, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. It's a very interesting heat haze that I can see over there that I just picked out. Look at that. Can you see that? You see the heat haze to the right? You can. Look at that. What the hell's that? Yeah, it's a little bit sooty, isn't it? Is that housing over there? I don't know, unless that's a vent or something that's an industrial vent or something, but that is very, yeah, go and have a look. Have a look on Google Earth, like. EMA. Tony McCall, you may get a TUI or Jet 2 circuit at some point today. That would be fun, wouldn't it? That Jet 2 737 sitting over there. Not. Of course, don't forget, a lot of these circuits that we're talking about here, of these aircraft, will be pilots being brought back into service themselves, having to go through refresher courses, and maybe even some new pilots going through training, circuits and bumps. Jeffrey Dingle, Cargologic 747s, arrives at EMA every day about 5 p.m. from Cincinnati. Sam Tweedle, thank you. Usually around 2 p.m. for the 380 liftoff. Thank you. Ian Shakeshaft. He's literally, I can almost see Ian's house from here. James, wave, Ian. You may see some aircraft taking off, doing a lap and coming in again. That's been a regular thing, I'm assuming, to keep the engines running, James. Yes, James. From a technician's standpoint, engineering, mechanical, yeah, to keep everything moving, but also giving, at the same time, the opportunity for either new pilots or existing pilots to keep their logbooks active and lively. Neil Gandy, good morning. Cara Mason. Cara saying, how about you go to Doncaster instead of EMA? Well, if we're going to EMA, that means that we would get quite a lot of cargo traffic. What have we got guaranteed at Doncaster? I mean, I know that they do have 747s going in there. Robert Pimlott, any air shows or anything like that planned for the future? Robert, good question. And yes, is the answer to that. We are we're actually at this stage planning to get out to Reno for the air races, but that's not till August time. We've also got, is it September? Sorry. But we have also got the little air show down at it's oh, what is it? Well, we've possibly got a couple actually, but one for sure that we know about is the one down at is it Teignmouth? Is it Teignmouth? Oh, is it? Oh, I thought Guy said that it was going on. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, there's the other one that we've got is the air show up at Little Gransden and Bournemouth potentially. Yeah, Little Gransden as well. Oh, Neil Gandy was hoping to be there today at Manchester, but car is in for service and MOT. David Booth, Jeremy, I say. Emirates 380 usually flies over my garden at around 3,000 feet just after 2 p.m. daily. Wow, how about that? Had two going out of Heathrow yesterday that flew past my house. Hodgie, Phil Tovey, good afternoon to you from Warwick in Warwickshire. Chris Simpson. Recency flights they are called. Okay. Recce. Is that Recce flights or recency? Recency. Chris Simpson. Thanks for that. Let's just see what that... complying with regulations that stipulate a pilot must have successfully carried out 3 takeoffs and landing. There we go. That's what he's talking about. Thank you, Chris. It's a recency. Crazy name. You almost think it's a typo. That recency. Is that how it's pronounced? Let's just have a little look. Recency. There we go. Recency. Recency. Sorry, Chris. My apologies. I pronounced it wrong. Recency. Russ Phillips. Good to see Manchester back again. Chris Bevan. Good morning to you. Keith Cornell. Lady Thunderbirds. Just up the road from Lady Thunderbird. Rusty T. Faro Ryanair just lining up at Liverpool, meanwhile for here KLM from Amsterdam here next in. Okay, keep an eye on that. Richard Payne, a couple of days ago, the Jet 2757 is parked around the back of T2. Yeah, did see that. So with any luck, they might be doing a recency flight a little bit later on. Trevor Lyon, good morning to you. Rawata, remember the days in the 70s when you could stand on top of the Terminal 1 pound gantry, one of the windiest places ever, Rawata saying. I'm taking you mean Terminal 1 here at Manchester. Wade Perry tuning in from Perth, Australia. G'day. Mirrorman, good morning. Heli M Air France car code 777 cruising over you towards France in a bit. It's probably already gone over me, I'd imagine. Cassandra, when will you take us to Madeira on a windy day? Good question, that. Well, first of all, when the traffic picks up, Cassandra, but also it's a bit of a difficult one, isn't it? It's not like when it's windy at Heathrow, I can nip up the road. And do a show from Heathrow when it's windy. It's like, you know, first of all, you have to have the two elements: lots of traffic, and also it has to be worthy of it, really, doesn't it? Jeffrey Primus. Hope to film them. Will be my first try at this. Okay. Marianne, 25th of June, Battle of Britain Air Show at Headcorn. Red Arrows will be flying. Aren't we doing something at Headcorn? Okay, yeah. Paul Marriott, thank you very much indeed. Sam Robson, good day to you. Rawata, number of Jet2 flights out to Porto on Saturday. Okay, wow. I have to say this is incredibly quiet, isn't it? I did play back last Wednesday at Manchester, and it looked very busy. Well, fairly busy, but as it stands at the moment, not a great deal happening, is there? KLM is literally on finals now. Also, this little Air France Embraer 170. Now it's a 100 LR, so I'm guessing that's a long-range variant with extra tanks fitted to her as well. So Air France Hop being the yeah, Hop being the, I think, regional part of Air France. I might be wrong in saying that, but I don't know. What's this little? I've got a little tiny Eastern Airways ATR 72 headed out of Southampton to Manchester. Left Southampton 9 minutes ago, climbing out through 8,000 feet, 189 knots, due in 1 hour and 3 minutes. Wow, it's going to take that little ATR an hour to get here from Southampton. Should be a good one to see though. Little Eastern Airways. Just do a little check at the Emirates 380 and the Etihad 787, still flying in relatively close formation. 40,000 feet for the 380 and 40,000 feet for Etihad as well. One hour, 54 minutes we're looking at. But it is crazy, isn't it? I mean, I would not be able to stand here and keep the camera on one shot in days gone by here at Manchester. But it is great. It's good to get back here, and it was great to get a call from Terry as well last week. And I said, yeah, of course we'll come and give you some love, man. That little lufty 319 from Frankfurt due in 20 minutes or so. Old livery, ye olde livery. Almost retro-ish now, isn't it? Okay, let's just have a look at, see if I can bring up a little bit of news. So these guys, I've mentioned them before, EFW, Echo Foxtrot Whiskey, based out in Dresden, I think it is. Interestingly enough, doing a lot of P2F, passenger to freight conversions at the moment. And the latest customer, CDB Aviation, have agreed of a lease of two A330-300 P2Fs with Mexico's cargo airline MasAir. So just more business coming the way for the P2F market, which is where I'm still, you know, confident that at least maybe one of Virgin's 330s could possibly be given that new lease of life. Look, the bar's open. The bar is open, ladies and gentlemen. KLM 737. Crabbing a bit. He's got a light out. Hey, what's this? Is this a little Dassault Falcon or something like that? Nice looking jet. Private. What's this? Coming over the hill. Don Michael, can't wait to go back here on Friday. Get yourself down here to the Boozer. Of course, you can bring the family. Got a great eatery inside as well, folks. Nice orangery to my left as well, where you can sit in comfort in the dry, fully glazed. Watch all the stuff going on there as well. Great menu. Even got some themed seating, eating areas inside the restaurant, which it's like sitting inside an engine cowl, which is pretty funky. E550 apparently. Okay, there we go. But that's their regular flight, isn't it? That's not their... Yeah. Embraer Legacy. Thank you very much indeed. That's a Legacy. Thank you. This is hot, isn't it? EMA, yeah. I reckon that'll be gone by the time we get there though. Nice. Philip Sinclair, Legacy 500. See if I can get a little acknowledgement. Going full length. It's going full length. It's like taking off from a ramp, this one. guys, look. That's like an aircraft carrier ramp in it. Brilliant. Oh, something else coming out. Ryanair. Somebody said just now that there was a Ryanair on radar. Well, people are coming in already. The place is filling up. John Grinham, great sound, love it. Chris Simpson, audio, wow. GP, you getting that? Lovely noise, Jackie Green. Kev Parker, what a sound. Whoosh, Liz Matthewman, wow. Stuart Taylor, loving the noisy little sausage, he said. Normally quite loud, then disappoint. Russ CT. Pure sound, James saying, what's the flying range on the Legacy? British Soldier 3. Good question. That's a Google. Just Google exactly what you just asked me. British Soldier, and that should come up. I'd say a range of what? Well, those things can fly. They can do transatlantic. Some of those aircraft, you know. Long range variants with extra tanks fitted, so that's something that would be interesting to check out. I may be little, but hear me roar, Joe Cameron. Matthew Tasker, Legacy, but looks like an E145. Indeed, she does, but for private. Love BizJet's Gulfstream 4 and 5 being my favourite. Great, cool sound. Simon Eyes 41. Diesel 13 saw one of these take off last time I was at Visitor Park. Made a great sound. Wow. Skipper. For such a little plane, it sure makes plenty of noise. I mean, power to weight ratio on something like that, folks. Little tiny plane with those two big engines. Let's just have a look at the... oh, here we go. Look, someone's already saying about 5,556 kilometres, according to Google, Dave Morgan saying. So she'll do a transatlantic. Adam Gallagher tuning in from Brisbane, Australia. G'day to you. Quite a few Aussies in the house today. Janine Kelly, Cargologic 747, just leaving Cincinnati, bound for EMA. Dane Grayson, thank you very much indeed. Shut that door. 6,000 kilometres, British Soldier saying. There we go. You got it, my friend. Robert Mendez, good day to you. I thought that was a, I thought there was a Ryanair 737 taxiing out then, but obviously not. What you got, GP? Do what? Say that again. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, let me just have a look at this. No! Oh, that's hilarious, man. Okay, CFM International, 18,000 through to 23,000 pounds of thrust. Each engine, folks, each engine. The CFM 56-3 was designed by Boeing 747, Boeing 737 second generation. Oh no, that's the Legacy engines. Okay, so I need to get that right. Sorry, my apologies. It's not CFM 56, obviously. CFM 56, far too bigger engine, I think. Let me just see. Hold on a minute. I just want to get the exact. What was it? Someone said it on air, didn't they? Embraer 550 was it? EMB 550. EMB 550. Specs. Oh, let's just make sure. sure that we've got the right aircraft here. Yes, we do. And there it is there. Maximum payload, 2,800 pounds. That's take a lot. 13,000 pounds of fuel. Operating weight, 23,000 pounds. Maximum landing weight, 34,000 pounds. Takeoff weight, 38,000 pounds. Oh yeah, that's where we've seen them before, with the Brazilian Air Force, wasn't it? We saw them at Madrid. Wasn't it Madrid that we saw the Embraer with the Brazilian Air Force? Wasn't it something like that? Oh, was it Lisbon? Yes. Yes, sorry, it was Lisbon. Yes, it was Lisbon. Just want to see what... I know someone's probably already... Let's just go. Engines. That will come up right away. Here we are. 231.3 Honeywell EMB 550 Legacy 500. Shorter version of the Embraer EMB 545 Legacy 450. Accommodating up to 12 passengers. Power plant, 2 Honeywell HTF75EE turbofans. So I'm guessing that that's 7,500 pounds of thrust either side, something like that. You definitely don't want to cut the CFM56s bolted to the thing, otherwise it will rip the back end of the aircraft off, I would have thought. So big, I think that's right. It wasn't Lisbon, no? Didn't we see, I'm sure we saw some private... Okay, the HTF 7000 family of engines has set a new standard for business jet propulsion systems with more... With more than 1.7 million flight hours, the engine has exceeded all expectations for reliability, durability and maintainability, providing business jet operators with outstanding performance and industry-leading fuel efficiency at a lower cost of ownership. That's a repeat of that. Key line replaceable units can be replaced in 20 minutes or less with minimal tools common to every toolbox. Blimey. So I'm guessing that's ancillaries and bolt-on stuff that needs to come off the engine. We're not talking about an engine removal and replacement in 20 minutes. Takeoff thrust, 6,944 pounds. So there we are, 7,000 pounds, so 14,000 pounds of thrust. Doesn't sound a lot when you're talking about the bigger jets, but trust me, man, when you've got a little aircraft like that, power to weight ratio is something that's pretty substantial. Pond and Garden is back as a 4-striper, and Cat, welcome Cat, good to see you here. TLH Borahay, I love watching but don't know much, so sorry if this is a silly question, but what speed does a plane need to be at takeoff? TLH, that's a very good question, and again, this is something that I have to reiterate, folks. We all started somewhere, and you know, when I started doing Big Jet TV, I wasn't aware of takeoff speeds and so on and so forth. On average, around about 140, between 140 and 150 knots for the larger aircraft. can be a little bit less for like that little Embraer that we saw going out there. But in general, you'd be safe at saying between, depends on the takeoff weight, depends on the aircraft type, how much fuel it's got on board, how many passengers, all those different criteria, which will be then fed into the flight management computer, the FMC, when the pilots are doing their pre-flight checks. So how much baggage have we got on board? What is the weight of all the baggage? What is the weight of all the passengers? What is the weight of all the fuel? And all those different parameters that come together to then the onboard system tells you what speed is your V1 and V2 speed. That is essentially what it is. There is obviously the takeoff speed. The takeoff speed is determined by how heavy the aircraft is on the day, I think. Graham B, good day to you. Welcome. So please, folks, don't feel that that you're asking a silly question, because no questions on this channel are silly questions. And I think it's great because if I can answer it, I will. If I can't, then somebody else will on here. Oh, okay. British Soldier 3. I play a game on PC called Toa 3D Pro. So I like watching this live stream. So I use the right runways in the game. There we go. Well, there we go, British Soldier. You'll see at Manchester we do have two runways running parallel with each other. The southern runway not in operation at the moment and hasn't been for quite it's going to be 2 years before it comes back into operation, isn't it? So, there's something over the top of me. Really? Tower 3D Pro is what he's saying. Air Action 225. Are all the 737 Maxes allowed to fly now, or are they just doing it in stages? Air Action 2257. Yes, I believe that TUI have been operating those aircraft in terms of getting them off the ground, not possibly not actually flying them in passenger service. Now you know what we've got at London Heathrow with the big green monolith that's there. Now you can get a good view. In fact, this one's a little bit different. The one at Heathrow's got a smaller third engine on the back with an actual vertical stabilizer on it as well. This one, by the looks of it, it's probably got. There's no wing on this side, but the wing is probably on the other side. This is very similar to the one that they've got at Munich, which we did a fire exercise with. Those guys there, and the wing is actually detached from the aircraft with the engines on the ground, simulating that it's obviously it's been in an incident. Now I don't know whether these guys here use this appeared on Top Gear some years back as well, but I don't know if this particular aircraft, this particular fire training section, this is not an old aircraft, folks, that has been salvaged and used as a fire testing. That's an all steel carcass there that you're seeing there. All the components of that particular aircraft are thick steel plating, because obviously if you try to fire that up, it would just melt at the first sign of any heat, especially the kind of heat that they put these things through. So on board that aircraft as well, if you look at the Munich show that we did with the Munich Fire Department, you'll see that inside the aircraft there's also simulated cabin area as well, with seating and an upstairs area. The cockpit is there as well. So not only do they carry out exercises to put the fires out, but also rescue exercises as well with dummies and so on and so forth. But hopefully we can do what's that? Crazy, isn't it? The one at interestingly, the one at The one at Munich, instead of using liquid fuel, they only use they use gas, like from an oven. Harry Hollins. Hopefully you will be getting back to work quite soon, my friend. Isaiah Kennedy, TLH, thanking us. Thank you very much indeed. Dave Carrington, good morning to you. Russ CT. Mostly all air action, however, mate, some like China are still not moving, so the quick answer is most yes. Okay, mate. Michaela Marshall, good day to you. Trev Lyon. Paul Scaife, 737 MAX, all cleared now. Yes, indeed. This, if you remember, last time we were here, that particular pan there was full of the 737 MAXes. As I mentioned earlier, they've taken the opportunity in this downtime to resurface this part of the full-length taxiway leading up to the runway turn-on point, which is good. So we are getting some full-length runway departures. So far, these only the biz jets that are taking full length. It was Lisbon. Oh, so I wasn't going mad then. Hey. Okay. Yeah. Oh, well, I remember seeing an Embraer private jet from some Brazilian Air Force. That was it. Graham B, welcome to Big Jet TV. Jilly saying, I didn't even know what an A320 looked like. You know what? I've got to be honest with you, and you might think it's stupid, but before I started Big Jet TV, I had a very significant knowledge of aviation, airlines, aircraft. But I'm talking about back in the day, with you know, most of my knowledge was more like 777s, and I wasn't really aware of the A330 when I started Big Jet TV. I'm going to be right out straight and up. I've had aviation running through my blood all my life, and I've always looked up to the skies to see an aircraft. But in terms of aircraft recognition and those sorts of things, I was not aware. It took a lot of time before I was able to identify between a lot of the smaller jets. You know, between an A320 and a 737. Hey, come on, you know, let's all be honest. It's not the easiest thing to identify, is it? And then you're getting down to you know, the 318, the 319, the 320, and the 321, distinguishing between the aircraft types, the amount of doors they've got. 777, 200 versus the 300, the 4-door versus the 5-door, the A330, and then you've got the A330 200 versus the 300, and then all those different types of variants. And so, you know, we all had to start somewhere, and I will hold my hands up and say that it is, I have to say, through my own research, of course, but also through the knowledge of you guys on Big Jet TV, bringing all that knowledge to me as well over the years. Back in the chair when I were a lad, we'd walk up cobbled streets. John Grinham, good morning to you. Phil Tovey, what time is the 380 due in, please, from Warwick? It's about an hour and 20, something like that, is it? Hour and a half, something like that. So there we go. There we go. Hodgie, we saw two E135 Brazilian Air Force 2584 and 2583. There we go. And here comes another one now. Here comes another private jet. And that's one thing that I'm not able to identify some of the times, folks, is these private jets. Now, is this a citation of some sort? I'm just guessing. I'm just guessing now. A lot of people are able to identify their private jets far easier than what I'm able to. So I just guess. Yes, sometimes I do get lucky. Richard Hodge, squeezy jet and a corporate on the way out. Okay, so this is your little biz jet coming out. It is a... What did I just say? I said citation, didn't I? I said citation. Yeah, but that was a guess, Chili. Yeah, because of the size of it. Lloyd Steer tuning in from Oklahoma, USA. And Sandy Humby confirming it is a Cessna citation. Hey, how cool is that? That I got something right on the BizJet side. She is quite... Yeah. It's that long nose on it, isn't it? Looks like she's flashing her lights, but that is that's the camera, isn't it? Cessna 525B citation jet CJ3, Terry Stapley saying. Thomas Forbes, I don't know where it's going. Anybody got any idea where she's going? Could get a full-length departure on this as well. Because the reason I'm saying that is because they prefer to take off from the ramp rather than running over the hump and then taking off. So it's a bit like an aircraft carrier departure with these little BizJets. Look how low she is to the ground, man. Look how low the undercarriage is. Flipping heck. That is insane. That must be like a go-kart. Look at that compared to the aircraft that's coming in behind it. Oh, Europa League final tonight in Poland. This could be footballers going out on this aircraft. Surely they'd be out there by now, wouldn't they? Yeah, he's going full length. Yeah. That's something big over the top of me. That's something big over the top. Going to Porto, right, okay. See the father and son there? A little boy getting all excited. Be like me, that would be. Quickly retracts that gear. Massively quick, I have to say. So get away out of these corners. See it go in a sec. I can literally smell the coffee from up here. All the you might have to make some paper planes to kill the time, Imran saying. Oh, little elevator check there. And again, watch the elevators go to the down position just to keep the nose from popping up in the air when he applies the thrust levers forward. And it's raining. A minute. Are we ever going to get a break from this rain? Elevators. Oh, little BA. Turned around nice and quick. Now this is a Neo, folks. Here we go. John, can't really smell Jet A1. It's definitely being overwhelmed by the coffee at the moment. Nice Neo. Come on, mate. Go full length. Good old Princess. What's that, GP? Say that again. Yeah. Oh, Yusuf. Yeah, Yusuf. If you're watching, Yusuf, just Julie, can you just do me a favour? Just listen to the audio. Just do it. I'm just going to do an audio check. I just want to hear. Right, I've got the mic covered over right now. Listen to that. Okay, let that run for 10 seconds. Now I'm going to uncover it. Ready? That's me just moving it. I was just covering it. I'm just covering it. Okay. Oh, blimey, really? Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, that is good news, man. Caught you landing earlier, sir, or madam. Touching down about 20 minutes at Heathrow. something on finals. Oh, it's ATR 72. Yeah. Or is this, yeah, 600. Paul Scaife, thank you. Russ CT also confirming. Eastern Airways ATR 72 from Southampton. Mentioned this a little while ago when it was departing out of Southampton. Taking around about 1 hour to get from Southampton to here, which is crazy. AC4060, superb, love it. Does the airport pub have an app to order food and drinks? Jason Clayton asking. Great question. Let's find out. We can give you that information in a very short space of time if you'd like to stand by one. Can you find that out, Julie? Just check their website. Oh, okay, yeah. FedEx operating these in a pure freight format. ATR actually now manufacturing a freight variant of this of the ATR 72. Pure freight, that is, not a converted freight. See the props going into the reverse pitch. So it's the blades actually being rotated on the hub assembly to create a reverse thrust, prop thrust. Cool, like that. Superb. Good morning, Derek Gray. Welcome back as a Big Jet TV member. Dave Morgan, just love the slow prop effect on the camera. Yeah, that's down to the FPS, the frames per second, isn't it? Anything, Jilly? Yeah, no? Okay, we're looking. Did it. Fair enough. 6Y saying prefers the Q400. Personally, I think that the ATR is a far more versatile aircraft in terms of its capability of converting from passenger to freight. But then I might be completely wrong. Maybe the Q400 has got that capability. Nothing there, Julie, no? Tell you what, it smells lovely, and I'm looking down on my left here in the orangery, and there's a couple of people sitting there having breakfast, and there's black pudding, they got beans, they got everything, they got the, oh my goodness me, oh well, never mind, I've got sausage roll. Can you hear that, Julie? Can you hear that prop? Guys, can you hear that prop? Eddie Wallace, good morning to you. British Soldier loves the sound. Richard Payne, they use a QR code on the table, then order through that. Okay. Is there a QR code on the table? Let's just have a look. Not seeing anything at the moment, but always makes me think of air shows, hearing a turboprop like that. GPX, nice to see a bit of Manchester action. Players flew out from Manchester on the 24th, Mark Slade saying. Hodges, Saab 2000, nice prop plane to fly on. Hello there! Homie the man, yes, East Midlands was cancelled due to logistical issues. Russ CT incoming now, delayed Lufthansa 319 turning for finals, and this is the old livery as well, I think, folks. Robert, I hope I was right there. I believe I'm right in saying that the variable pitch propeller on the ATR has the capability of rotating the prop from forward thrust to reverse thrust, I think. Melvin Laycock, good day to you. Lufthansa 319 arrival in 7 minutes from Frankfurt. Sandy Humby, thank you. Colin James. Often in the Canaries, you see the Binter turbo props actually reversing under their own power rather than pushing back. Yes, I have seen that before. In fact, I think I might have seen a DC-9 back in the old days with its big bucket reversers on those twin engines at the back being used to reverse out of gate rather than being pushed back, which is quite a crazy thing to see. British Soldier, yeah, we did actually have the FPS setting on the camera originally. It was so that you could not see the prop. The props were absolutely still. Good thing is that now, more private jet stuff coming out. Oh no, that's the little that's the little one. Is that the 900 that came in earlier? I think it is, isn't it? Or is it a 990? Robert Mendes, the ATR has a big cargo door already. Yeah, up the front. Very true indeed, Robert. But I think that is mainly I think that is mainly for transporting the passengers' baggage and postage as well, believe it or not. That's where they put a lot of the post. But the passengers' baggage goes in that big door at the front. And of course, if you're going to convert it into a freighter, you have to reinforce the floor and so on and so forth. But you're absolutely right. It does have a massive door already, just off of the passenger access area. We'll have a little look at that later on. Okay, so here we go. Can't believe I've still got my woolly hat on. You might as well call it June now, mightn't you? Nice. Wow, look at the rake on this thing. It's like a flipping Red Bull Formula 1 car, isn't it? that. Two Lufties, old livery in the same shot. Oh, he's going full length. Excellent. Look at that. In the same shot, Jilly. Look, look, look. There it is. All of a sudden we're in Munich, like Mr. Ben, innit? Today's the zookeeper. What's that? Yeah, you could do it. Yeah, you can do it. Ground was actually shaking there, man. Can you imagine what the 380 is going to look like when that line's up there? Look at that. It's up like a flipping rocket, look. Reading 3,000 feet per minute or something. Shuppered like that. Yeah, nice. Nice, she's gone. Isn't it? Let's check my. Oh, blimey, O'Reilly. That's not right, is it? Oh, no. That's not right, is it? What's that doing there? Okay. All right, that's good enough. We'll take that. We'll take that. Brutal one. Allotment 13. Chuffing neck. Jason Clayton. Oh, Jason Clayton, that's very kind of you. That's absolutely fine though. I've been told by Terry if there's anything I need, then I'll just ask. But these guys are very busy down there, and I do have. Tell you what I did have, cheese and bean toasted sandwich on the way up here. Get that. Postler. Wow, this is a great spot, guys. Thank you so much for bringing this to us. Postler, an absolute pleasure. There's another one over the top of us at the moment. Ewan Lee, sorry. Good result. Okay, there we go. Was a good result indeed. Trevor Lyon, Derek Gray. How big is the runway at Manchester? Derek Gray asking. Well, you might want to check, Derek, by Googling exactly that. How long is the... How deep is your love? How's your love? How deep is your love? I really need to love. So just instead of that, just type in, how long is your runway? How long is... I really need to burn. So I'd say somewhere in the region of 1 point. Well, it's got to be 2 miles, isn't it? It's got to be nearly two miles because of the A380. Maybe it was extended at some point. I don't know. It has been extended over the years. That's for sure. Used to be a little picket white fence running along here, believe it or not, back in the day. So all this area here, the runway. I think the original runway was actually at that turn-on point there. I think that was the original length of the runway, maybe extended for the 380. Yeah, we got one from the 990. Yeah, from the pilots. Yeah, from the Lufty pilot. Yeah. 6 white. Always book 1A or 1D if I can get it. Used to hate the ATR with a passion, but it's been the only way to get flying over the last year. I think I might be developing a soft spot for it. There we go. Noisy as well, aren't they? Aren't they really noisy, the old turboprops? Trev Lion. There we go, Linda Sherman. Runway, this particular runway, I think the northern runway, is exactly 10,000 feet long. I'm guessing that the southern runway has to be as well, because they've obviously landed the 380 they land the 380 on the southern runway as well, so I don't see any reason why that one shouldn't be any shorter than that one. Have you watched EasyJet in the cockpit, Jerry? Ewan? No, Ewan, I haven't seen that. Okay, Gilly has. Meta 2 Emirates 380 in 50 minutes. The plan is, folks, what we're going to do is we are going to obviously catch the 380 coming in, and then we're going to catch her going out as well. Now, the plan is after that we may head. I'm obviously have to go past EMA anyway on my way back. So it would be a bit rude, wouldn't it, to drive straight past East Midlands, not pop in and see if there's any cargo jets. But the thing is that the cargo movements start around about 7 p.m. So we'll just see how we go. Maybe go and do a couple of hours down at East Midlands and catch some of the cargo jets. The thing is that what you've got to appreciate is that the flights come in, but they don't start going out till later on at night, sort of like, you know, after dark. Andy Sokolau, do Manchester have dual runway operations in normal times? Yes, Andy. We would, for example, have back in the day, we would have had the southern runway operating departures in the early morning from about 7 a.m. through till about 10:30, and then with in conjunction with northern runway arrivals, and in general the southern runway doesn't have this directional inbounds. It's only when it's on the other operations that they'll have arrivals on the southern runway. But in general, you will always have dual runway operations, yeah, back in the good old days. But hopefully we'll be getting back to that at some point quite, well, I don't know, probably going to be about another year, isn't it? Oh, hello, mate. Oh, fair enough. Thank you, sir. Big Jet TV member from Warrington. What's your name, man? Alan Donahue is here, folks. Carl Hanlon saying 747 just arrived at EMA. That's probably Kalita, isn't it? Isn't that Kalita? Lloyd Steer, you can certainly get the sensation of speed on arriving aircraft there. That's fantastic. That panning shot as they come past us on arrival, on approach, which is great. Paul Scaife, 2 runways, 05 left, 23 right, and 05 right, 23 left, are 3,048 metres and 3,200 respectively, long respectively. Okay, both runways are surfaced with concrete and grooved asphalt. Now, that's a very interesting point that Paul makes there. Grooved asphalt. Now that's something that you can really hear when you're on that southern runway on departures, because you get that whining noise, that whiny pitch. It's not me. It's coming from the tyres running over the asphalt, which is pitched and grooved at angles to obviously disperse water, to minimise the amount of water on the runway, so you don't get a build-up of water on there, and therefore potentially which can result in aquaplaning. But modern runways are built that way to disperse the water, and that's when you see an aircraft. Sometimes you'll hear that whine, that pitch, as the speed builds up. It gets louder and louder, and something that we might get to see. Which direction? So they'll be going out East Midlands. They'll be going out from left to right, won't they? From the gate they'll be going left to right, won't they? Yeah. Which is a bit of a shame, because it's a massively long taxi, isn't it? All the way down to the departures, but. Is that Tango? Okay, so it's Will Povey's birthday today. Happy birthday, Will. He is, how old is he today, Julie? He's 19 years old today, Will Povey. Happy birthday to you, and a few other people whose birthdays. Quite a lot of people's birthdays today, actually. Jason Clayton, Cargologic 747, arriving at EMA 6 hours. Thank you for that. Yeah, well, there we are. We will be there for that. Tony Ireland, Etihad, choose China livery, due 33 minutes, and then not long behind that will be the Emirates 380. Also, folks, just to let you know what we're planning in terms of future operations, putting feelers out there. We're trying to get Play Airlines. It's a new concern which has been on the books for quite some time. Play Airlines operating out of Iceland, Reykjavik, I think it is. Brand new airline that's going to be doing services across the Atlantic. They've just been certified, and one of the services that they're going to be operating, one of the routes they're going to be operating, is Stansted. So I've put the feelers out to our friends at Stansted, and just waiting, and also to the friends at Play as well. Operating, I believe, an Embraer, all red aircraft with the big words Play down the side of it. Looks quite cool. I remember at least long before COVID happened, I remember seeing an A320 painted up in the red livery. So hopefully that's gonna come to fruition, and we'll get some updates on that as and when we hear about it. But yeah, obviously, as you can appreciate, we're always putting the feelers out there to try and get more airside shows for you folks. Would have been good for yesterday and today with Cargologic, but it never came to fruition, unfortunately. But hey, you know, we still get to see a decent amount of stuff when we're down there, even if we are the other side of the fence, so to speak. British Soldier, what model is that EasyJet plane in the distance? From a distance, that's a 320, I think you'll find. Actually, you know what is interesting about EasyJet? This is an interesting little factoid. Is that you'll see that there are two doors over the wing. Now that would normally signify that it is a 320, but is actually a 319. I think you'll find that aircraft. Now the reason why it's got two doors over the wing is because in order for them to put more passengers on board, remove the galleys from the back of the aircraft and add two extra rows of seats, I think, is what the galley takes up. And if you've flown with EasyJet, you'll know that all of the hot food is stored up front, as opposed to in the back. And so by taking the galley out of the back of the aircraft and adding in two extra rows of seats, in order to do that and to get sort of like, I guess, what would term as planning permission, so to speak, the aircraft has to come with an extra over-wing exit. So it's not, I think that is a 319, not a 320. There we go, EGPX actually saying there that that is exactly what I just said. And the reason for the extra over-wing door passenger exit is because of the extra capacity of passengers on board. Sandy Humby, there we go. There's your 737 with KLM. Is this an 800? I don't know. Pete Walmsley, Latter Day Jumbo. Oh, okay. I only do it because of Steve Wright in the afternoon. I'm not saying it, you know. I mean, don't take it to heart. Paul Grew, there we go. I've just educated Paul Grew on that fact, not factoid. Okay. Blimey, look at that for an intercept. Right. That's a very short, stubby little aircraft. That might even be a 700. Is that a 700 possibly? Really see how steep that runway is. It's crazy how quiet it is though, isn't it? I might see a recency, I think it's recency, is it? The pronunciation for it. Flight affiliation, pilot affiliation, or just a refresher course, or whatever it might be. Bram, no passengers on board, very possibly. Marriott, Paul Marriott, Lufty 330, 300, overhead short. Wow, Vissam watching a partial lunar eclipse out there on the east coast of Australia. Oh, Stuart 314, Netherlands still under strict entry rules, so not going to be many on board. We just let everyone in here, didn't we? It's just like, you know. All the other countries have got it right, but we've just like, oh yeah, come on in, mate, come on in. Yeah, yeah, we'll believe you that you're going to isolate. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 sure. No, 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 we believe you. Yeah, yeah, you say you're going to do it, you're going to do it, aren't you? Yeah. 90% of them do, but some of them don't. Russ CT, it's funny we don't have a DHL banger here, but the West Atlantic 737-300 is also passing near Liverpool. Interesting, Russ. That Western Atlantic, if we head to East Midlands later on, you will see lots of Western Atlantic 737 operations going on there. What's that over the top? Why can't we just have clear skies for once, for crying out loud? Incoming Ryanair 737 from Porto, now descending through 8,000 feet. Making a run in. Thank you very much indeed for that, Russ. Mick Daubney, the Lufty over the top, is headed for Miami, which is where we're going in June, folks. Next month, 10th. Well, I mean, I'm leaving on the 10th. Going to be there 11th, 12th, 13th. So 3 days of Big Jet TV live streaming coming from Miami, and hoping to meet a few of our good friends out there. What's that? Oh yes, yeah, 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 and depends on how the, yeah, there we go. We've got Friday as the prep day, so yes, we could do even more than that. Mike Weaver, good morning to you. Russ CT, thank you very much indeed. Ryanair 737 from Porto, inbound. Wow, look at this 380 is now over the channel. Blimey, we've been on that long. So we're going to have a nice little flurry of aircraft, aren't we? Etihad's Dreamliner is in before it. It's a 900, and then Emirates 380 almost directly behind that. Oh, interesting that EasyJet that went out recently went to Gatwick. Is that maybe a positioning flight? And there we go. That British Airways Neo 320 Neo has now landed at London Heathrow. There's another one over the top. Clement Alloying, our good friend out there in Toulouse, posting recently the 11th Airbus A330 Neo for Delta Airlines, doing test flights this week at Toulouse, looking very, very smart indeed. Crazy seeing that A330 with big giant engines on it. It just makes it look like a completely different aircraft, I have to say, even though it is a 330. And of course they do have that, that painting like they do, I call it the eyeliner, around the cockpit canopy, which gives it that sort of like very smoothed, rounded effect, even though it is literally a coat of paint. More Virgin Orbit now really doing business, isn't it? Launching quantum encryption satellites for ARKit, UK based ARKit, but have booked 2 missions on Launcher 1 for a pair of quantum encryption satellites as the company gears up for its hyperscale, its advanced network security systems. So that's interesting. Virgin Atlantic using the Orbiter system of launching satellites from a 747. How about that? So Virgin Atlantic or Virgin as a company still have a 747 operating, even though it's launching rockets. Can you believe it? Launching rockets from its underwing. Emirates is definitely ramping up business. They say that they're ramping up business. They're very, 2 380s in at London Heathrow now on a daily basis. Also, what was good to see when I was watching the football the other day was Emirates advertising their A380. This isn't just Emirates, this is the Emirates A380, was the advert that they were running on the side there. Global X sign up for 5 more A321 conversions. Really interesting to see that. Interestingly enough, a 321, unmarked 321 went out of here as I was driving up here this morning. A completely all-white A321. So the 321 P2F. Okay, I'm going to keep quiet now. It's just a lovely little hop. This is a long-range variant of this aircraft, which is quite interesting. How tiny the engines are though. Ryanair on final. Yeah, I've got him as well. This little hop will probably go out very, very. There you go, she's turning onto that. Is she going out? No, maybe not. Can you hear it? Lovely sound. Oh, Fly with Richard saying that the 321 probably owned by Smart Links. He's going full length, this boy. Holding, he's going to hold, he's going to hold. Wave, Jilly. Darren, nice sounds from the Embraer. Great that you guys are picking up that audio. Because maybe for another hour though. These can pack a punch, these little engines, man. CF4, is it, or something like that? It was smooth for Ryanair, Tony Island saying. Here we go. Go on, Sam. Guy go up, man. Hot damn diggity dog. Do what? No, we haven't, have we? What the hell are you talking about, boy? Alan B, is HOP an acronym or just HOP is the well? I'm guessing that it's French, isn't it? It's a part from it's part of the Air France group. Fabulous sound, Steffi Quinlan, Chicky Armitage. That was awesome. I mean, the kind of reaction, Jilly, we're getting from a little Embraer. It is great. It is absolutely fantastic. It's a very warm engine sound. TCC say. Oh, GPS, horrible old plane. Oh, is that what it stands for? Brutal lad. Bram, A380 ETA 1144. There we go, folks. Not long now. Thanks, Andrew Stott. Very much appreciated. Everybody loving that sound. Trev Lyon, car park opposite you is empty. That certainly hits home, being many times stood in there waiting for buses to take you to the terminal. Yes. Yeah, he's right, you know. Yeah, he's right. Back in the day, you know, they're going to have to do a load of weeding over there, aren't they? Look at all the overgrown car park. Have to get in there with a weed killer, won't they? Blimey, O'Reilly. I mean, you know, there's one car there. Look. There's one car, and that's a cab. Hello, mate. What's that, GP? Hold your breath. Brutal lads loving the... Oh, HOP holding over Preston. Right, okay, I'm with you. Very funny. Samuel Bayliss is a new member. Welcome, Samuel. Good to see you here. Kathy Collis, good morning to you. Fly with Richard UK. Citation jet inbound from Liège. Same that went out earlier. Okay, that's interesting. British Soldier, I can listen to the sounds of all day from those engines. That's brilliant. That's great. Come on, Nat. CF4s. CF34, yeah, sorry, yeah, CF34s. Donald Roy, good. Well, he's obviously somewhere. Good evening to you, Donald. He's obviously somewhere like Australia, isn't he? Must be. Donald must be in Australia or in the Far East somewhere in the... Kathy Collis, Sandy Humby, Tony Holland, and an Etihad 787. It's 18 minutes out, 52 miles on approach. House of Pancakes. Paul Grew, yes, it is a telling picture of that parking lot, isn't it? I mean, it is just absolutely, completely and utterly empty. And not only that, but it's overgrown. I think you might have giant spiders in there as well. I'm only joking, by the way. Alec Hadley, Emirates 380 just over East Coast on its way to Manchester. If you look back in that title roll that we played you earlier, folks, so at the front end of the show, that little VT that we played out, that's our title roll, and actually the A380 is from Manchester, from this very position, landing on a wet runway, which is pretty spectacular, it has to be said. That's why I don't mind getting wet, because if I can bring you some really cool action with wet runway action, I don't mind getting wet at all. Nature soon takes over, he's very right indeed. Rich Pear Studios is a new member. Welcome, Rich Pear Studios. Good to see you here. Got a lot of dandruff on my beard today, I've got to say. Clementine. Give that kid an ice cream. British soldiers, giant spiders, I'm gone. Well, I mean, maybe they got big Dr. Martens there, like security. 8-legged security. But, yeah. It's over Sheffield, yeah? Good stuff. Got 2 inbound, haven't we? Etihad and Emirates, that's pretty cool. Tell you what, Mars bars are now the size of what Milky Bars used to be. Anyway, we're not going to get into all of that. Sorry, I started that conversation. Krugash LFC 380 about to come over me in Gainsborough. Fly with Richard, Challenger 604 behind the citation, possibly inbound from Tel Aviv. Is that a follow me car, possibly, that ops vehicle? Ready for the 380, I don't know. Mr. Loverman. Just put the Hoover down for a brew and this popped up on my phone. Brilliant. Hoovering can wait. Morning, everyone. Good morning to you, Mr. Loverman. Wow. That's another jet that will have no passengers on it. Thea Love, good day to you, Thea. I hope you're well. Robert Trempe, sorry. Looks like a Cessna 525 citation is turning to finals from Liège. There we go. Coney Island, there we are. Blimey, they've turned this thing round in literally less than half an hour, isn't it? This thing only came in about 20 minutes ago, didn't it? Surely that cannot be operationally viable in terms of financial, because they'd be spending more money on fuel than they would be getting for, you know, I mean. Anyway, we'll take it. We'll take it. Oh, Dick Dastardly. 2 Qatar 777s in together around 148 and 158 respectively. So they'll probably come in as the 380's going out, isn't it? Oh, great, great. Oh, dude's got one of his One of these. Oh no, it's my screen. Satcom Vista up there, so he's going out full, not full length, but nearly full length. This boy. Oh, it's that little citation, isn't it? Look. Look at this little thing, look. This little thing. Shortest undercarriage in the world. Retrofit Satcom Vista, I thought. It's air show time. Now see that leading edge, the black on the leading edge, that's, I believe, a heated system, a heating system on the front leading edge to break off any ice that might collect on the leading edge of the wing. I think they used to have expandable boots which were rubber, believe it or not, on the leading edge of the ATRs, I think, and now they've switched them to heated elements. Vistas Park quite busy today, apparently. Big giant door that we were talking about coming to view on the port side of the aircraft, just behind the cockpit. It's where the pilots also access the cockpit. Late and touching down, man. Actually, I think the pilots access through the back as well. All passenger access, even the crew access through that main door at the back there. Watch the pitch of the blades change. Great sound. Flutter of those carbon blades. It should go up pretty quick because it's a STOL aircraft, isn't it? Short takeoff and landing capability from short strips. That's why it's popular at places like the London City and small airstrips. Look at that. It's gone, isn't it? Oh, hello. Hello. Okay, good. You're watching. We've got a little bit of side slip on them. First big jet of the day. Here we go. Choose China livery. Hold tight. Bosh! Why? Get it down, son. Or madam. Wow. A proper 50, 40, 30, 10. Retard. Wow. Came down quick, didn't it? Nice. Scott Irvine, speaking from a completely non-engineering background, but I would have thought the props would spin in opposite directions to counter to counter the torque. That well, I guess you could say that, but. Back in the old days of the old original engines, I always remember hearing from a Halifax pilot, Halifax bomber pilot from back in the war, that the aircraft tended to sway to the right as it either the left or the right. I can never remember exactly which one it is, but and that was literally the torque of the props pulling it either left or right. So yeah, you would think that, wouldn't you? But no, they've obviously got mechanisms, systems in place, etc., to counteract that. Dick Dastard, both Qatar 777s due in are both from Doha. Well, aren't they always from Doha, Richard? Sorry, Dick Dastardly. All Qatar jets operating. Hello. There's someone there, Jilly, look. Look, Jilly, look. Got a nice bag. Kirsty. Oh, brilliant. It's nice, isn't it? Yeah, it's a nice bag, yeah. It's a very nice bag. Oh, really? Oh, wow. Darren Emerton, does the runway slope down at the other end, or is it just a grass hill in front? No, Darren, you're right, it does. It literally has a hump. What hump? Walk this way. Rolling in the hay. Yes, it does have a hump. It's almost like some of these smaller jets using the full-length runway to take off almost like a ramp. It's definitely a ramp, an up and down ramp, which is I think only the very forward, sort of like 500 yards, I'm guessing, of this runway. But then it just sort of like it gradually slopes. It's a graduation. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, your first truly big jet of the day, and here it comes now. Big Bertha. Look at her crabbing. She's crabbing quite a lot. Look. Let me show you that. Look at that. Just flipping wow, man. Oh, that was just awesome. How cool was that, man? Sorry? No. Why is that? Oh, okay. Are you off then? Take care. Nice to meet you. Wow, that was just awesome, man. That was just, that's worth travelling all the way, getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning for, and and flying all the way up here. Look at these two fellas up here. Look. Is that mummy and baby, is it? Magpies. Oh, that's the baby there, you can see. That's the fluffy one here, is it? Chips. Oh. Paul Grew's going to time how long it takes to turn the 380 round. Bootle has just blown his speakers. Brilliant. Thank you, folks. Erez, excellent computer lag. That's interesting. That's the kind of shot we're used to seeing, isn't it? Look at that. Oh, look at this. This is great. This is good. .346. IL-76, 747, 747. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, will we ever see a 747 in at Manchester ever again? Oh man, just got to show this shot here, look. Look at that big old lump, look. You never know, do you? Maybe a special delivery or something like that. Divert, yeah. Yeah. That's a 380 though, wasn't it? Wow, that really does give you an idea. Yeah, it was a 380, yeah. That really does give you an idea of how much like a little set of GE90s those LEAP engines are. That beautiful sound, man. Little mini 777 sound. It was a medical emergency and it was a Lufty 380 and it was parked up opposite us. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, start your watches now, folks. Matthew Morman has just joined, come back as a 3-striper. He's a first officer with Big Jet TV. Good to see you, Matthew. How high is the tail of the 380 off the ground, Danny asking. I think it's somewhere in the region of 70 feet, isn't it? From the ground to the tip of the tail. Something like that. These guys, I think they're just doing a quick, you can really see how tall that tail is. These guys just doing a runway inspection now, I think, after that 380 landed. Possibly just doing a little... just to make sure it hasn't... You know, because it's got such powerful engines that any small tiny cracks that might have appeared in the runway due to frost or temperature changes can expand, and if they get caught, if they get full of water, then they'll obviously that will ice up on frosty nights, on cold nights. That will then expand and contract and potentially crack the surface. So therefore, the reversers, especially on something so big as a 380, even though only 2 of the engines on the A380 are used for reversing, folks. Only the inboard engines of the A380 are used when the aircraft lands for reversing, and the reason for that is because they don't need 4 engines. It's nothing to do with the fact that the aircraft is so wide and common myth back in the day was that, and in fact I think I heard it from somewhere and I passed it on, that apparently they don't have reverses. What I thought was the reason why they didn't have reverses on the outboard engines was because they overhung the runway's edge and therefore could potentially ingest debris from the side of the runway. Because obviously it's a bit like a Formula One track, isn't it, or a racing track where offline a lot of debris is blown, you know. But much like that Qantas A380 that was recently filmed going out of Penal, wasn't it? Was it going out of Penal Air Park, the Qantas 380? Like, completely covered the place in dust from its engines. But obviously that's 4 engines in operation. With the 380, only the inboards are used, and the reason for that is because she's got so many wheels, folks, and each one of those wheels is used for braking. As well as that, you've also got those inboard engines to provide all that reverse thrust action, and on top of that, you've also got, of course, the speed brakes that come up on the wing, which is like basically putting a big garage door on the top of your roof of your car to slow it down. So all those 3 elements put together means that you don't need the outboard engines to be used for reverse thrust. Sorry. Tony McCall saying, I read Airbus didn't want to fit reversers, but the airlines were too nervous. Oh, I see what you mean. They didn't want to fit reversers at all. So theoretically, that was potentially that Airbus were so confident of its braking capabilities that they didn't actually want to fit reversers. But the airlines were like, well, mate, come on, let's meet halfway. Let's just at least put two engines equipped with reversers on it. Wow. Tim Hitchcock tuning in from Sunshine Coast, Australia. We're having a full solar eclipse of the moon here at the moment. Full, very big red moon. Pretty cool. Oh, that's pretty cool. I love that. British Soldier 3. Why did some 747s have a 5th engine? Well, British Soldier, they didn't actually have a 5th engine. Some of those 747s, in fact all 747s, were equipped to be able to transport engines either for OEMs or for their own airlines, where they might be needing to take an engine from a repair facility, or from an aircraft that was maybe on AOG, which is aircraft on ground, to another facility, or bring a spare engine in. And the way to transport those engines back in the day was the capability was to actually bolt it to the underside of the wing. It wasn't actually linked up in any way to the systems it was just literally hung there, bolted, and then removed when it got to its destination. So it wasn't a 5th engine. It was just it was almost like having a dummy engine hanging off the. But that just shows again the amazing capability of the Queen of the Skies. Daniel Pearson, wingspan of the 380 is 262 feet. Wow, you go and map that out, folks. That is crazy. Charlie Hauser, the A400, which is a military aircraft, if anybody's wondering, has amazingly big, beautiful carbon props on her. She does have counter-rotating props. When you have torque on a turboprop or any other engine, you use the rudder input to sync the trim, input the sync to trim. Okay, I've got you there. So rudder input will, yeah, of course, that'll stop the aircraft from pulling left or pulling right, whichever way it might be. And yes, like I said, back in the day, I remember speaking to a Halifax pilot. They would have to input a significant amount of rudder to counteract that drift that they normally get, which is created by the torque from the engines. Keith Miller, I'm planning a trip to Lakenheath one day next week. Is there a best day to go, or is it potluck. Keith, I'll be honest with you, any day is good at Lakenheath, just so long as they're not on night operations. I would say, I mean, we are planning to get back to Lakenheath quite soon. So, I mean, when we go there on a Wednesday, but they have been doing exercises recently on Fridays where they will, well, they'll go straight up. And to be honest with you, Keith, I would just look at wind direction. That's the best thing you can do. It's always better to visit Lakenheath when they're taking off from the visitors' end, from that viewing position, taking off from that end rather than coming towards you. I mean, don't get me wrong, it is pretty spectacular when they're coming towards you. The only thing is that you don't get that whole hustle and bustle of aircraft around you lining up, and visually it's just much better when they're going out from, when they're departing from the visitors' end. That's all I would say. Is just look at your weather for the next day and maybe look at the movements. But yeah, any day really on a weekday at Lakenheath is good. But you know, unrestricted departures, as I think they call it, is I think still going on Fridays at Lakenheath. So that's why we were considering I might go up to Lakenheath this Friday. But we are definitely overdue a Lakenheath visit. And of course, our new position at Mildenhall around the corner is also a fantastic new position that we've got there at the Willows campsite. There we go, the Willows campsite. There we go, yes, about 2.5 weeks until the big jet invasion at Miami. Well, let's hope there are. Well, one thing I will be looking out for, in fact, they made a post up on, they made a post yesterday on LinkedIn, was the Samaritan's Purse DC-8 at Miami, because I think they're actually based in Miami, so therefore there's a good chance that we might get to see that Samaritan's Purse. Yes, at Birmingham, yeah, but that was somebody else filming that, wasn't it? Went into the car park. No, somebody else did it, didn't they? Yeah, it was. No, it was somebody else. Yeah, no, it was somebody else. Oh, it is an interesting thing. If you remember, do you remember we were talking long time ago? Do you remember we were talking when we were at Frankfurt, and we were talking about the MD-11, Lufthansa MD-11 fleet, and what would happen to them? And I said, I bet you that UPS would pick up a few of them. Well, I've just seen a post from the director of UPS Healthcare Logistics welcoming N264UP to the UPS MD-11 fleet, the fourth of 5 MD-11s converted from Lufthansa. So that's a continuing story. Yes, it was. Yeah. Interestingly, also here's another interesting piece of news that I saw the other day from the cargo sales team at Finnair. First operation of remodified A330 aircraft XPVG, Finnair Cargo. So that's probably one of the aircraft. Tango uniform are the last 2 digits of a reg. I guess there's going to be a few of you guys on here now who can tell me. We would have maybe seen that A330 at Heathrow at some point, and of course what they've done is they've taken all the seats out of the cabin of the aircraft all the way through the entire length of the aircraft by the looks of it, and obviously laid down pallet strapping capability on there. Of course, the only problem with a P2F, a PAX, what they call a Praetor. It's not P2F is where they actually convert the aircraft, but they actually take the aircraft into a heavy conversion facility where they'll cut a hole in the aircraft and put a cargo door in there, literally, which will then allow the aircraft to take ULDs on the top and big amounts of heavy freight. Whereas when you talk about Praetor, which is an aircraft which can potentially be returned back into passenger service at some point, it's only carry-on boxes that they're able to put. So the loading process of a Praetor, when you're doing it on board inside the cabin, even though there's no seats in there, it's still a very lengthy process because it's a manual operation, with people literally in a conga line feeding the boxes in. I mean, they've obviously got it down quite quick now. You know, you're talking about one of those containers, one of those pallets being stacked up, maybe 3 high with cardboard boxes, 3 high, 2 wide, and then of course you've got the strapping that has to go around that. They generally do it for safety purposes. Obviously, you can't have cardboard boxes flitting about all over the place. But interesting to see that Finnair have modified one of their A330 aircraft for Praetor action. What's that, GP? Oh, okay. Russ, that's Russ from Gemini Jets telling us that it's based in Queensborough, yeah? It's not based, okay. Greensborough, sorry. Paul Mason is a new member on Big Jet TV. Welcome, Paul. Good to see you here. TAP Cargo has 2 A330-200 converted to Praetor. I'm guessing Lisbon Spotter saying there, yeah. And the good thing about that, obviously, and I think that Virgin have done that to one of their 330s as well. Good thing about that is the only inconvenience is that the amount of storage area that you have to go and store the the seating, because obviously it has to be stored in a dry environment, you know. And so finding that environment, whether they rent the storage or whether they're able to utilise one of their current facilities, I don't know, but you have to think about how much space those seats take up in terms of storage. So whether they get thrown into a container or not, I don't know. Obviously the container constantly has air circulating around it, so it's to stop them from rotting, which they can quite easily do. Chris M is a member straight in. Chris M has come straight into Superclass. Welcome, Chris. Good to see you here. Russ saying Beluga's just taken off from Chester. Might spot it. No, it's too cloudy, man. Too cloudy over here. Tiny little breaks in the cloud, but yeah. Halsey Hewitt, Beluga just flew over my head. Just taken off from Broughton. Jet Ski Matty, Ryanair inbound from Palma. Yes, it is. Is it? Okay, here we go then. See if this pilot's got any finesse. Yeah. Smooth enough. A little bit of a crosswind. So what time is the 380 due to leave, GP? Would you say 2:15 in 2 hours? Okay, there we go. Blimey. Yeah, there we go. Chris M, a very warm welcome to Big Jet TV and Superclass, my friend. What's that? What, from the other show the other day where I was getting battered by 50-mile-an-hour winds? Yeah, I probably am a bit more relaxed today. Does wind me up, man. I mean, yeah. But you know why it was so stressful? It's because of the wind was battering the covers on and the equipment. Now I've got it completely waterproofed and everything, so you can throw anything you like at me. You could actually, and I'm not challenging anyone to do this, but you could literally throw a bucket of water over me right now, and nothing would happen. Jeff Anderson, good afternoon to you. Valerie Dickens, Stevie Luscombe, Alan Gale, no MiG-29 Escort this time. Can you imagine what the pilots must have felt when that happened? Crazy. So that aircraft that you're seeing in that T-tail, you're seeing in, not T-tail, T-tail, that you're seeing in the background there, folks. That's a BAE 146. Located at the Runway Visitors Park, the RVP, and you can just about see that building in the background. Looks a bit like a hangar. That is the RVP. Kind of cut off from the cut quite a lot of the view off with the VIP hangar, the VIP terminal, which is a bit of a white elephant, has to be said. Never really. Well, at this point in time, I don't know. Maybe actually it's probably getting more usage. The private terminal is probably getting more usage than the normal passengers terminal. John Singleton, did you read that, Julie? Get an ADS-B transponder for Jerry's van, so he shows up on radar coverage. That is funny. That is funny. Well, no, if I was like this morning, I would have turned it on when I was leaving the house, you know, and then yeah. And you can get them, can't you? Don't they? Yeah, he stopped again. I've got to go back. I've got to go via and see how the duck's doing as well, haven't I? Staffy Duck at the Staffordshire. Cuddy Mia saying, oh no, that's a good point. Yes. No. Yes. Cuddy Mia, a lot had changed here at the RVP. Basil Sims, good afternoon to you. Richard Hodge, Beluga, 12,700 feet. Probably hear it. Russ CT next inbound. I think there he is above me now. Beluga above me. Is it the XL or is it just one of the stoppers? Valerie Dickens, have the airplanes been taken off from the full runway? Yes, Valerie, they have. Interestingly enough, the majority, all the smaller aircraft, you know, the ATR, Little Citation, Embraer private jet, and so on and so forth, have been going full length, whereas a lot of the other ones have been intersecting. A couple, indeed, in fact, intersecting from all the way up there. KLM being one of them. Crazy. Yes, 10/10 cloud over me, folks. I can't get the Beluga. Trust me, you know perfectly well that if I had the capability of getting a Beluga, I would have been all over it. Lee also saying Beluga now passing north of Manchester Airport. Simon Ice 41. Charlie Hauser. Any landing you can walk away from is a good landing. There we go. Valerie Dickens, Andy T, Lee Shand, Dom, good day to you. I guess with the government A330 has been active, has it not, Dom? Recently, that's not the tractor. That's not the. Hey, is that the grass cutter? There he is on radar, Jilly. Is that the grass cutter who's on radar? Yeah, there he is. Look, lawnmower. Yeah, but he's pulling it, isn't it? It's not literally a bloke on a lawnmower with a fly mower or something, is it? It's like a proper pull along, like tractor type one. That's on radar, ladies and gentlemen. There we go, Heli M, the RAF KC2 with the Union Jack tail is also approaching. Might fly over you soon, okay. Vespina, I think they call it, don't they? Jeff Anderson, we had people this past weekend that paid $160 to sit on plastic folding chairs on a black top taxiway in 32 degrees heat. Wow. Oh, there we go, Jilly. That's the first little piece we've had about the bottom left. Yeah, yeah. Yes, okay. Paul Skilly. Thank you, Paul. Stevie Luscombe, well, you've answered your own question. That is a BAE 146 in the distance, and it is the Runway Visitors Park. It's one of the static aircraft that they have there, which you can go on board. Of course, don't forget you've got the Nimrod and the Trident, that BEA Trident. One of our members is called BEA Trident. Well, calls himself BEA Trident. I don't think that was his birth name. I named this boy BEA Trident. BAE, British Aerospace, not British Aerospace, is it? British Aero Engineering, was it? I think BAE stood for. So. Let's fly away, good day to you. Russell. Silkway 747 landing at EMA, UK, David, thank you. Elliot Reed also confirming that from Luxembourg. Speedy Robin, Boris Jet Voyager, I think that's the Vespina, descending possibly Manchester or East Midlands. Oh, Dom, just a training flight, there we go. Mark Wyatt. Oh, Jeffrey Dingle, 146 is an RJ100. Yeah, I think that's a good friend of ours up north in Scotland. David, is it David Artingstall, who worked on that project with the RJ100 that, like you say, never went into production. White plane in the back with wings attached to the top, is that a Dornier? Daniel Vaught. No, my friend. DV, that's a BAE 146 or actually an RJ 100, whichever way you want to look at it. Both exactly the same aircraft in terms of their looks. And good to see you, DV. John Deere on radar. G-RASS. You see that, Jilly? Simon Ice 41. Yeah. Is it really? Blimey. Pay a lot of money for that. Got that, Russ CT. Thanks, Ryanair 737-800 finals on finals from Faro. Private Embraer Phenom, second private Cessna 680. Oh, okay. And a 737-8 from Alicante. Doo, doo, doo. Passengers travelling to Alicante on flight number BR255. Always makes the word Alicante just makes me think of when I used to be when I used to go watching the planes at Gatwick. What's happened, Julie? No. Yeah. Oh, was it? Oh, well, if it's been in there once, it's going to be in there again, isn't it? Eric, thank you. Confirming British Aerospace. E, I believe, is for engineering. BAE. I used to love divert days here at Manchester when Heathrow was dogged out. I'm guessing he means fogged out. Oh, okay, British Aerospace. Note the lowercase e, EGPX is right, BAE. Okay, so the lowercase e. Why is the lowercase e? British Aerospace, I guess, would be the titles, and then engineering is just the it doesn't need a capital, I'm guessing. Okay, here we go. It's coming in quite hot, this one. Heavy on dem reversers. Yeah, I bet he's going to be glad about that later in life, isn't he? Oh, Jeffrey Primus. The next departure is Etihad 787 at 1:15. Blimey! So there's no departures for another hour. Okay, KC2 possibly going to East Midlands. Okay. Oh, Dom, I think what Dom was talking about was regards to the flight test. I think it's just on a flight test at the moment. There's the fire, guys. I've got a bit of a stack forming here. It might be Tiddlers though. Little private jets, couple of little biz jets in there. Look at this little fella. Attitude, man. bucket reverses possibly. Is it maybe that noise there? Is it that noise there? When I'm just doing the, I'm dragging the, it's dragging the cable, the leads. Yeah, the lead's dragging on the, yeah, exactly, and it's the lead dragging. It's only the lead dragging on the blah blah. I can actually quite easily stop that by doing this. Okay, see if it works. See if it happens again, Jilly. Ready? Yes or no? It's still doing it. Really? That doesn't make any sense, man. That doesn't make... That don't make any sense. Right. I'm panning left now. Oh, that was the lead then, dragging on the jacket. Bucket reverses on this one, I don't know. To the back of the engine, folks. See, the reversers might open up. There they are. Nice little citation. Yeah, we're just doing a pan check there. Sorry folks if we got a bit motion sickness going on there. I've seen those reversers being opened up whilst the aircraft's been taxiing as well. I think I might even use them just to slow the aircraft down whilst on taxi. Well, I always call them bucket reversers. Clamshell reversers are more like the ones that come out of the side of the Trent 700 engines that you see on the A330. Yeah, I tend to call them clamshell reversers, whereas the those ones are more like buckets because they look like, shaped like buckets, and they come up vertically. 737 inbound. Nigel Garner, thank you. Bootle, thank you. Russell, lots of CS registered BizJet activity. Portugal, right. Valerie Dickens, has there been any A380s? Like any A380s? Like as if like 3 or 4 of them are going to be coming in? No, Valerie, you've missed one A380, which is you're going to get it going out. It was a pretty phenomenal departure, I have to say. One that's actually, that A380 arrival, Jilly, is worthy of putting that on the airport pub's website in it, because you saw the whole garden here as well, which was pretty cool. TCC, Jerry Hattrick, good day to you. Another Ryanair 737 inbound now. Here we go. What, TUI inbound, did you say? Will you light out? Well, Don was saying it's on a test flight, but I don't know. Maybe that was something else he was referring to. Oh, okay, it might do. Yeah, because EMA has been used for touch and goes, hasn't it? Paul Scaife, it's landing. KC2 Voyager is landing at EMA. If that's the one that's painted up, I think they call it the Vespina jet, I believe. Just to sort of like distinguish it away from the normal Voyager, because the Voyagers are what they classify as the air-to-air tankers, I believe. But this is actually given, it's been given a name, Vespina. So everybody keeping an eye on that. She's on finals now. Jeff Anderson, yes indeed. American carriers having bases. I think Chicago is Chicago, is it American or United? Can't remember. Yeah, United Chicago, Dallas Fort Worth for America, yeah. Flying Panther, NATO E3 Century over the North Sea. Wow, Vince G, last time I was at Stansted in December, there were 35 Ryanair 800s on the tarmac. Wow. 35. It's a touch and go, is it? Right, okay, so it is being used for exercises. It's quite surprising that they do that at EMA and don't do it down at Bryce. I guess there must be a reason for it. EGPX, yes, that is a very good point. And of course, one of the main reasons for the lack of biz jets or small aircraft, light aircraft at London Heathrow is primarily down to the landing fees. When they've got Norfolk just up the road that they can use Norfolk, Luton Airport, Stansted, and so on and so forth. Dick Dastardly, Qatar 777s over Amsterdam right now. United also has a huge operation at San Fran, Jeff Anderson saying. UK David has seen Vespina as well, Richard Hodge. Stevie Lusk, Jeff Anderson, Wade Perry, John Grinham. Good day to you, John. both United and American at Chicago. Interesting. Paul Grew, my new GoPro arrived at EMA 421 this morning. Okay, tracking it. "40 minutes and 50 minutes for the Qatar triples." It is quite interesting that there are two 777 Qatar 777s operating today into Manchester. That has got to be with passengers on board. Makes you kind of wonder why they. I mean, I don't think Qatar have ever brought a 380 into Heathrow, into Manchester, but it is. Look at that. That's a young magpie, isn't it? Look, you can see it's all fat and fluffy, waiting for mum, isn't it? See how fluffy he is. John Godson, take care, John. Shame that Jet 2's not going to be the obvious way to check whether any of these aircraft are operational in terms of yes. I'll have a latte or something. Good stuff, thanks, man. Oh, it's the baby, innit? Sorry folks, do like me wildlife. Donald Roy, do you peruse other airline videos on? To be honest with you, Donald, no, I don't even really, to be honest with you, unless I might look back on a specific part of one of our shows just to see how it came out, mainly just to check for audio and any potential glitches that might have occurred during the show. But I don't really watch other people's stuff, to be honest with you. I don't even watch YouTube, to be honest with you. I'm just a bit of a telly addict. That was someone, UK David, you pies, it says on there. I don't know what he's meaning there, but it's quite funny this morning on one of the gantries. Oh, okay. On one of the gantries this morning, you know, it's like there's a very famous one as you lead as you're going up the M25 in the Big Dip, just outside. There's a big beautiful old like viaduct, and there's always graffiti on it, and most recently the graffiti has been done very properly. It says "Thank you NHS" on it and all that kind of thing. There's other ones on gantries on the M1, just very roughly painted, like, you know, political stuff, like, you know, Farmers Unite or stuff like that, you know. But the one I saw this morning, which I would love to have taken a picture of, it was on a green bridge crossing. I think it was a railway crossing or something like that, but it said "Smoke Pies." I've got no idea. What? Yes, as in an advert for Smoke Pies or something. I don't know. Guy must have been. Well, he can't have been drunk, because he wrote it because you have to write it upside down, don't you? He's obviously not got a ladder and done it. He has to lean over the edge and do it. So He must have been totally compos mentis when he did it, but only he will know what he meant by smoke pies. Anyway, whatever. Let's Fly Away. CEO of Qatar said he may not use the A380s because of the fuel and maintenance costs compared with the newer 350 and Dreamliner. Well, that's very, very true. It just still baffles me to think that there's going to be a surplus of A380s that nobody wants. And in terms of what people say, oh, well, why don't you convert them to freighters? It can't be done. And the reason for that is because the structure of the aircraft, the layout of the aircraft, you've got a separate compartment in the top and a separate compartment in the bottom, and because of it was never a good aircraft for freight anyway. It was never, you know, nobody ever said, oh, it's great because it carries a lot of freight. In fact, you can carry more freight on a 777. I believe the 777-300 carries more freight in the belly than an A380. Can you believe that? Because obviously, and if you're going to convert it to freight, that means you'd have to put a sodding great big cargo door in it. And where are you going to put the cargo door? You're maxed out in terms of your height capabilities because of the floor of the upper deck. So it doesn't have any sort of, like, you know, it's not like 747s because of all the surplus 747s that can be converted to freighters or used for other things. The only way I can see any 380s being used is for troop carrying. That's the only way I can see it working as a troop carrying project. But yeah. Oh, Richard Hodge, the pies have had graffiti on that bridge for many years. Why not? I know. Is it missed approaches, or is it actually touching down? The Vespina jet, or is it? Okay. Oh man, imagine if we were there now, man. But you know, we're going to get this 380. That's going to be the rewarding side of it. We've got 2 777s inbound, and we're going to go to EMA on the way back, folks. Stevie Luscombe. Got to be honest with you, Stevie. Neither am I. In fact, if anyone said to me about watching any particular video channels on YouTube, I mean, Sam Shui, he's a very talented guy, but I've just got no interest in it whatsoever. And all of it is pre-recorded and all done very easy. It's very easy to do that kind of stuff. I've got no. I'm just not. It's my own personal choice. I've just got no interest in it whatsoever. It's kind of all the same, if you see what I mean. It's just amazing that he gets to these some of these amazing places because he's obviously he's got notoriety around the world, and you know, highly respected, highly regarded, and he's a wonderful guy. I have no doubt. But, oh, you're a legend, sir. Oh, I'll get it in a cup as well.
New menu. Have a look. Pick one of the new burgers. Oh. Give me a shout to what you want, I'll bring it up, and then you can just tell you about the new menu.
Oh, you're a star, mate.
Pick one of the burgers, Jerry. Give me 5 minutes, I'll come back and get it for you.
Oh, you're a star fella.
No
Somebody was asking earlier on about ordering, like on an app or anything.
The app works outside.
Yeah.
All the tables outside can order. QR code.
Yes.
It's on the windows.
Okay.
All the tables are numbered.
Oh, there's the QR codes. I've got you. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice
and
one.
they can just download the menu, food and drink, ordering outside, but not inside. That's the new menu started 2 weeks ago.
Thanks, mate.
Thank you, young man. I'll come in 5 minutes for your order.
Thank you, sir.
Cheers.
There you go, folks. the new menu from the airport pub, and it's quite extensive as well, isn't it? Now I've got to do. I've got a in-flight mains. Look, in-flight mains. Oh, pizza plank. I might have a pizza plank. You bleeding plank, you. I might have a pizza plank. Oh, mate, I think I'm going to have one of them. I'm going to be a bit of a plank. Blimey, some of the stuff here they got, folks. Check in the start of your journey. Facebook Facebook is The Airport Pub, all one word. Same thing on Instagram, The Airport Pub, and airport.pub is the website. Fair play. Eyes on the fries, dirty fries, Mexican Turkish stew, dirty old fry. Sides, choice of dips. Freshly made freak shakes. Oh my goodness me. And I've got a coffee here as well. What a legend old Terry is. He's been a wonderful host since the first time I came here. What a lovely fella. Certainly better than a couple of sausage rolls, isn't it? Hey, hey, hey. Mmm. The Marmite of aviation blogging. Does that mean you either love him or you hate him? There we go. Oh, Elliot Reed saying the pizzas at the airport pub are fantastic. That's definitely sorted it for me then. Gonna have one of these planks. A right plank you are. No pies. Got any pies? A pea pie. Yeah, that one, the NHS one that's on just outside of on the M25, just after you've left Heathrow. It used to say give peas a chance. Did you get it? No. All right. Wade Perry, are we allowed to see inside the pub? Well, it'd be a little bit difficult, Wade, because there's people down there, and I don't want to sort of like, you know, interfere with their. It's a public area, and there's people in there. So the answer to that is no. However, I'm pretty sure on their website, are there not pictures on their website of the inside of the inside of the boozer? I'm sure there is. My sandwich tasted nice until I heard the menu, David Bowman saying. He's a bit jealous, I think. I think the last oh, there's a. Is there an Antonov on there? Is there? Antonov burger. Okay, big cheesy. ATC Tower burger. Reuben New Yorker. Smith and Wesson. The Donna. Antonov. The Antonov. 2 8-ounce beef burgers. It's got to be big, isn't it? Pulled pork, Mexican. And you definitely load it from the rear. Smoky Bakers, la 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 la, classic chicken burger. The Mac Daddy burger. Killer Bee burger. Flipping it, these things are big, aren't they? I think they used to do a competition here, didn't they? And I think they stopped doing it because it got a little bit out of hand. Punish, you're a toilet. A 747 jumbo burger. Fantastic. See, I like the fact that it is obviously. I mean, is there any pub as close as this that I can think of? I don't know. To the perimeter fence of an airport. It's a nice thick menu as well, as in like, you know, it's not sort of like it's been printed on nice glossy sort of like plasticky paper, so it doesn't get all. Steve Jeff, love to see you guys at Bristol or Exeter. I live right in the middle of them both. Maybe when traffic picks up. Yeah, that would definitely have to be when traffic picks up, Steve. Otherwise, we would be, mind you, saying that. I don't think we can get much quieter than this, can we, at this point in time? Oh, Phil Sawyer, restructuring of DHL, so East Mids will get more 777s, so they say. Wow, that sounds great, doesn't it? Stevie Luscombe. What's that? Oh, Steve Jeff says the 380 just came up on radar.
Gary?
Mate, you know what I'm going to have?
What?
I'm going to have a...
Are you keeping that?
Can I?
Of course.
I'm going to have a vegan pizza plank.
Vegan pizza. It's excellent stuff.
Thank you, sir.
Really tasty.
Cheers.
I will bring you one up.
You're a legend. Hey. Donald Roy. What was the question I answered for Donald? Sorry, mate. Making me hungry now. Kenton Kurth, indeed surrounded by good people. That's the great thing. Wherever we go, we are always surrounded by lovely people, aren't we? And people come out to see me, like these guys down here, and like that young lad over there who's sitting there. Give us a wave, mate. All right, son. Bless him. Oh, here we go. Look, it's someone else. Look. All right, mate. Oh, James the Weatherman. Yeah. Hey, how you doing? Didn't know I was here. Oh, well, there you go. Come for some lunch. Qatar 350 overhead. Don't know about clouds, Mark Wyatt. No, clouds are 10/10 at the moment, folk. Absolutely no chance whatsoever. Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, Finch 334 mentioning about the beach bar at St Martin. I mean, you couldn't have a better place, could you? Really, because 10p charge for sesame seeds on Ryanair. Oh dear, Stevie Luscombe had a very bad experience on Pan Am with a rude flight attendant. Bobby Fitzsimmons, Ryanair burger, 10p charge per sesame seed on Burger Pub. Jet Ski Matty also saying that the burgers are great from here. Well, that's great. James the Weatherman, obviously he's popular amongst the folks here. Lunar eclipse was neat, Indigo Bolt saying, out there in Australia. Well, the thing is, you say you can't do vegan, but the only thing I'm not having on it is meat. Other than that, there's no difference, is there? You know, I'm just not having any meat on it. No, it won't be vegan cheese, man. I mean, that's going beyond the joke, isn't it? Does it? Oh, I don't know. Can't taste the difference, can you? Rab H, amazing shot of the 380 landing earlier. Stevie Luscombe's Sunset Bar at St Martin. Yeah, I mean, you've got it, because between the 1 hour that you have to wait for each aircraft to land, you could just lie out on the sand, can't you? A lot of people saying hello to James the Weatherman. Hey Carl, the astronomer's in the house, talking about lunar eclipses and stuff. Today there was a lunar eclipse. To be fair, it depends on how well the vegan has been cooked. There we go. EasyJet 320, 8 minutes out. Never have we been so excited for an EasyJet A320. Blimey. Bobby Fitzsimmons, if you could fly in a Cold War jet, a Cold War aircraft, what would you choose? That's a good. It's got to be Vulcan, isn't it? It's got to be the Vulcan. The Vulcan with the anti-flash paint on it. Simon Ice 41, take care. Heli M. Oh, veggie piece. Veggie, that's what it. What? Yeah, I wanted veggie. Yeah, sorry, man, I got it wrong way round, and I. It's just all plastic, isn't it? It's all plastic. It's like pretend. It's like when you go around someone's house and they, oh, that's a nice bowl of fruit. No, they're all wax, mate. Oh, okay then. Oh dear. Really? TCC? On a Ryanair once I saw an elderly person asking cabin crew for help to lift the huge hand luggage. The cabin crew refused. Wow. It's not, that is not very nice, is it? I mean, obviously, you know, yeah. But hey, let's be honest. That could happen on any aircraft, couldn't it? Can happen on any carrier. It's all down to the individual, not so much down to the airline per se. Chicken Nugget Squad. It's a new member. Welcome, Chicken Nugget Squad. HGC saying the Vulcan. Ender Burke, Vulcan or Victor. Yeah, the Victor bomber. Well, the Victor was a air-to-air refueler, wasn't it? Primarily, I think. But a big old jet that was. Very, very sort of like odd-looking aircraft with that big bulbous front end on it. Ian Lyles, how long are you at Manchester for? Ian, we're planning to do this. We're planning to get the A380 going out. Then we're going to break it down and head down to East Midlands for some cargo action from East Midlands. Oh, David Hammond, number +1 for the Vulcan here. I'm going to be painting the one at Carlisle soon. Wow. Dominic saying the Lightning. I think we'll allow you to drift on into the fighter jets there, Dom, even though they mentioned Cold War. Oh no, hold on a minute, did he say Cold War jets or did he say Cold War? No, he's right, you know. No, Dominic, a Cold War jet. Yeah, of course that would be the Lightning. In fact, to be honest with you, the Lightning was one of my favourite air display aircraft when I was a kid. That and the Phantom. You always knew. Well, actually, you never knew when those things were coming in for display. You'd always hear the bloke on the old tannoy. And if you look, get ready from left to right, you'll see the Lightning approaching. It's like, that'd be flipping heck, and it was like a mile away before you even heard it, as it's gone past. Oh, initially a bomber and then a refueling. Okay. Sorry about that. Richard Hodger, carrier landing in a Phantom. Yeah. Mike Roger, good day to you, my friend. In for lunch. Jeffrey Primus, A380 now off radar. David Bowman, if I'm ever in Manchester, I know where I'll be heading for a bite to eat, that's for sure. Great pub and hospitality by the sounds of it, and what a location to eat outside. Couldn't have said it better myself, David. A great place to visit, and yes, the staff here are great, and they do have a fantastic menu, God bless you. Oh, Jeff Anderson, I'd love to have flown the Hawker Hunter, or especially the Victor. The Hawker Hunter, that was that a twin boom, the Hawker Hunter? Was that a twin boom, the Hawker Hunter? No. It was the Vampire. Was the Vampire the one with a twin boom? I know that they used to do the air displays together. The Vampire and the, I can't remember which one it was now. Next incoming, EasyJet A320 251 Neo from Gibraltar, turning on finals. Then Qatar 777 from Doha. Okay, so here comes that squeezy jet right now. Ian Morrison back again. Bristol Britannia, Jimmy G 61. My dad flew the Bristol Britannias, believe it or not. Chicken Nugget is getting a big welcome. The Sea Vixen was twin boom. There we go, Jeff Anderson saying. Sea Vixen, that's the one. The Meteor, that's it, Richard Hodge. The Vampire and the Meteor, they were the twin. They were the pair that usually, whenever I remember the displays back in the day when, you know, when I used to go to the air shows with me dear old mum, way back in the days in the 70s, it was always the Victor and the Vampire. I'm getting it all wrong now. Is it Vampire and the... Oh, no, the Meteor and the Vampire. The Meteor and the Vampire, they were the two. Now you can always quite clearly see these Neos because of their very bright. Don't forget, folks, if you want to tune in this weekend, I think Martin with Airliners Live is going to be here at some point this weekend as well, so make sure you tune in, give them a little bit of love as well. Oh my goodness me, look at this.
There we go.
Oh, thanks man.
Cheers, pal.
Cheers fella. Get that down there. Pretty damn quick and all. Hey? Have some of that, son. No, I've got a little knife. Who's going to forget it quick? The magpies are going to be here any second now, aren't they? They're probably eyeing it up as I speak. Look at that. That'll look quite nice in a... Nigel Clinning, Victor tankers were converted from bombers. Okay, there we go. Wow. 35 1,000 bombs, 1,000 pound bomb in the Victor. There we go, David Hammond, the vintage pair, Vampire and the Meteor. And then of course you had the Harrier. And of course we're talking about, this is before all this health and safety came in, and you know, there was no sort of like limit of crowd line now. You know, it's crazy, isn't it? Now if you go to an air show and you watch the display of the Lancaster and the Spitfire and the Hurricane, it's like, you know, you have to sort of like squint your eyes, it's so flipping far away. Oh. Peregrine Bush saying Vampire and Meteor, the vintage pair, crashed at Mildenhall F8 in the 80s. What, both of them together? Wow. Jeffrey Primus, the F-22 Raptor and Blue Angels are performing this weekend by my house. Well, hey! Excuse me folks, just getting this down me. Bit. Jockey Boy, isn't he? Remember? Welcome, Jockey Boy.
Blimey. Picture hasn't frozen, folks, by the way. Jockey boy. Jackie Wilson.
Right, Jerry?
Oh, mate, it's fantastic.
For a bloody vegetarian pizza, it's really good pizza.
Oh, tell me about it, man.
Enjoy
Loving
it.
it. Thank you, sir.
Jerry, did you put your reds on the system today?
Yeah. Oh, Jeffrey Prime's Qatar 777 now 6 minutes out. We've got 777 double value today with Qatar's 777 from Doha. A good point that from Paul Mason. Did the apart from the Falklands War, that one exercise, that one you know, that one sortie that they did out to the Falklands, which was a crazy sortie. Did they see any other action? Wow. Wow, Terry Stapely. He was on Vulcans, wow. Mm. 9, 12, 35 squadron, wow. I spoke to somebody once. Was it Terry I spoke to and he told me about that? Or was it somebody else that I spoke to that also worked was with the Vulcans? Wow, imagine that being a conning speed and being on all of those Chile, man. I mean, wow. It's just like, thing is, you'll never forget it, will you? You're never going to forget it. No, you're never going to get it. Oh, Elliot Reed, that's interesting what he's saying. The second Qatar triple is going to Oslo after Manchester. I think it might be an extra cargo flight. You guys know so much. Jockey Boy loved tanking behind victors. Jockey Boy says, I loved tanking behind victors. Does that mean he's an ex-pilot? Yeah, I know. Wow. Tell you what, I didn't think I was going to get through all that. Oh, EGPX, don't go too far, my friend. Got 2 777s inbound. Robert Mendes, would Jerry ever want to do an air show at Alliance Airport near DFW? We have one every fall. Plus, if they take him up flying. Robert, I'll take you up with that. I'll take you up with here's your 777, folks. Right, okay. Let's get on to them. M14 guys out at the DFW, isn't it? Yes. Hey? Wow, goosebumps, mate. Goosebumps, that. Yeah. I think I've got tomato sauce all over my face. I just had no time to wash my face after that, so I might look like that woman from the character, should I say. Wow, haven't seen that before, have we? Look at these engines, ladies and gents. Yeah, go on League of Gentlemen and look at Pauline. That's what my bleeding mouth looked like just now. Her lipstick. Here's the other one. Here's the other one. Rab H, there is a massive hump in it. I mean, the height difference has got to be quite a lot. Okay, if you missed the first one, there's the second one. See ya. Take care. Nice to see you. Take care. No, it's just a bird flying in front of it, which is like a bit of a optical illusion, I think. Etihad now rolling. Dylan James saying, Mark Garner, yes. More of those, please. No, magpies don't usually fly that high anyway. They're very sort of like low to the ground. You do on occasion see them sort of like flying over the motorway, you know what I mean? Like at 40 feet or something like that. But in general, magpies they're not good flyers, I have to say, magpies. They don't fly very well. They've got a very sort of like very fluttery sort of like why did they leave now? Why have they left now? They should stay for the 380. It is a fascinating discussion point, isn't it? About what will happen to the surplus of A380s around the world. You know, Qantas, Qatar, Etihad, Emirates. Although Emirates are saying that they're more than happy to maintain their 380 fleet at this stage. Lufthansa again looking to maybe operate a few of their 380s. British Airways, I mean, you know, not all of their fleets are going to be coming back into, not the complete fleets are going to be coming back into service, I wouldn't have thought. By the time the world is back to normality, I think, you know, the likes of Airbus are going to be more concentrated on delivering the super twins like the 350 and the 330 Neos, as well as all of their single aisle stuff as well. Boeing are going to be more interested in the 787 program and the 777X, of course, which have been delayed, you know, but 787 is a very, very successful aircraft in terms of its efficiency and amount of orders. The 380, to be honest with you, the 380 was doomed for failure not long after it actually came after it was delivered. Let's be honest, because the Super Twins were already in development, and even Airbus themselves have put their hands up and said that the A380 was a great learning curve for them in developing the A350. So, you know, although it's cost them a hell of a lot of money in terms of development and overall costs, it did guide them in a lot of ways in terms of the technical development towards the A350. So, you know, but what is going to happen to all of the A380s around the world that are just going to rot. Tony McCall, I can see BA taking some of Qatar 380s at some point if demand at LHR ramps up. Well, the thing is that if demand at LHR ramps up, that means that demand around the world will ramp up. Let's be honest. You know, if LHR ramps up, I'd say, to be honest with you, the likes of London Heathrow are actually good pointers in terms of how the markets are picking up. So, in other words, as you see London Heathrow ramp up its movements, so you will see other destinations around the world picking up. I mean, it's good news for Virgin Atlantic. Half of their name is obviously in the clue there. They are primarily an Atlantic airline, so you know they're gonna be one of the airlines, one of the carriers that's going to come back to full working operations before the likes of BA, because obviously BA serves so many routes globally, you know, especially down in the Far East as well, whereas Virgin are primarily an airline that serves the the transatlantic routes. To be honest with you, HC Aviation, that does not make I'm not surprised to hear that TUI announcing the retirement of the 757 and 767s in early 2022, replacing with the 737 MAX 8. Makes perfect sense. 757 and 767 in terms of its carrying capability, not much more than what the 737 MAX can carry. I think we're not talking about many different numbers of people on the 757 and 767, especially the 757. I mean, the A321 is almost as long as a 757, isn't it? Is it not? And has almost the same carrying capability in terms of passenger numbers as the 737, as the 757. Stevie Luscombe saying that BA have also committed themselves to the A380. That's great. I mean, that's wonderful news. But in terms of them all coming back into operation, you're going to see them coming back like, you know, over a period of time. It's not going to be something that's you're going to wake up one morning and you're going to see a whole lot of A380s all parked up at Terminal 5. Hey, it'd be a great thing if it was. James, the weatherman, absolutely. You said it absolutely right. They were built for a world that now doesn't exist. And to be honest with you, pre-COVID, the A380 was destined for the scrap heap. As we saw, Air France had already disposed of their A380s, or at least one or two of them. Singapore were actually the first. Yes, Singapore Airlines were the first to. But no, Singapore did a deal with Singapore did a deal with Airbus where they would dispose of they would hand back their current fleet of 380s and replace them with new 380s. Obviously, they did some kind of a deal. But in terms of scrapping, disposing of, and not wanting any more 380s in operation, I think Air France were the first to do that, which is just insane to think that yeah, it's just crazy, isn't it? Anyway, what do we go? Here we go. Etihad. Let's go for full length departure, please, sir or madam. ASGE Aviation. Lufthansa have not officially retired their A380 fleet. They have got some of their aircraft still. Take that off there, just to say get maximum volume. Lufthansa now calling the 747-8 their flag carrier, but they do still have a couple of 380s that they may be bringing back into service. I think they're just keeping their options open at the moment, as a lot of people are. Bram, great news coming from you there. Maybe downsizing, Qantas may be downsizing, cutting its employee numbers, but the airline is keeping enough A380 pilots on its books to reboot its 380 fleet at short notice. And that is the thing, folks. A lot of these airlines have been, all of a sudden, they are potentially looking at bringing aircraft back into service at short notice. You know, I mean, it usually takes about a week for every aircraft to be put back into an airworthy state, usually around about a week. Colin McCann, A380 glamping hotels. It's a good idea, actually. That's a good idea. Trouble is, he's getting it there, isn't it? All the way down here, please, young sir or madam. Adam Gallagher, yes. Well, funny enough, the Queen 747 has really, you know, in terms of its freight capability, has outlived the 380, hasn't it? Let's see if we can get away. Don't turn. Oh, excellent. It's going full length. Is he? Yes, he is. This is when Manchester comes alive, ladies and gents. Check this out.
was so cool, man. All the noises coming from the engines as whatever systems are suddenly come into operation, air bleed, transmission, whatever it might be, you know, the noises going on all. Oh, it's just fantastic, isn't it? Just fantastic. Gotta love that. Graham Reynolds, never been to the airport pub at Manchester. A lot of people haven't, but look at the views that you get, man. That's why I pulled back out of the zoom, folks, so you could get a good view of what you get to see as a spectator here at the Manchester Airport Pub. Look them up online. Airport Pub Manchester. Awesome. Rab H loving that. Joe Thompson, he waved. We did see a wave. Alan Gale loving the view. Ron Clark, is it 2-3 right? Is it 2-3 right? This runway? Is it 2-3 right? I think it's 2-3 right. Kirsty Finch. Oh, Kirsty's back home now. Kirsty got to see that as well. That's great. Good to see you. Robert Mendes, we got some brake dust, did we? From those electric brakes. Well, actually, brake dust from the brake pads themselves, pushing onto the calipers, onto the discs. La 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 la. Oh, there we go, dump valve, Steve F. It did sound like a dump valve, didn't it? Valve just closing up or opening up to allow excess pressure out. Oh, just love those sounds, man. Bit like the pop-off valve that you used to get on Formula One cars, or actually on the early Formula One cars, or on early turbo cars in general, was a pop-off valve. When too much pressure built up in the turbo, it would pop. There'd be a valve which would open up and allow it to pop off any excess pressure, and I think that might be something, a valve of some sort, just like Steve says, a dump valve. To a lot of people that'd be like, whoa, what's so good about that? It just sounds great from an engineering standpoint, doesn't it? Bootle loves it when the super cool when the engine power kicks in. It's just everything and the build up to that engine power kicking in. Keith Craft. Oh, I never get bored of it. I'll tell you, I never get bored. And ladies and gents, you think that's good, you wait till you see the 380 coming out. Oh my goodness me. Oh, John Kerr loves misses the chrome American livery. Why did they change that, Jerry? Well, John, I think it was just, I think it was mainly an upkeep, a problem with upkeep, because they literally had to polish them, didn't they? I don't think it's, obviously they must have had some kind of a coating, clear coating over that chrome, because they wouldn't be out there with the Brasso every 20 minutes, would they? But I think it might be just a case of livery changes over the years. Jay Ruette, amazing place, great shot, great. So good that you're enjoying this, folks. I know that the movement isn't massive at the moment, but when it is, it's even the little ones are fantastic out of here. Osvaldo tuning in from Costa Rica. Good day to you, Osvaldo. Ron Clark 2-3 right. Yeah. Anthony Cliff, Embraer Phenom 300, turning on to finals now. Thank you very much indeed. I've got him on visual. Thank you, Mark. It's 2-3 right. He uses this on infinite flight whilst doing circuits. There we go. Tina Benfield, good day to you. Great view of the planes, fabulous. What time is the 380 due to depart EGPX? 2:15, so in around about 35 minutes, something like that. Marcus, yes, very quiet in Manchester. It is quiet. Dom, we love a turbo flutter.
Jeffrey Primus. And the pilot. We got a wave. We definitely got a wave, didn't we, Jilly? Terry Torment, it's better view, big jet. I used to go there when the bushes used to spoil the view. All gone now. Okay, okay. So there were bushes all the way along this fence line here. I can see where they used to be. Well, yeah, it kind of makes sense, doesn't it, to move all that paraphernalia out of the way. Well, yeah. But are you off, mate? Yeah. Take care, man. Yeah, but back in the day, back in the old days, when I were a lad, this end of the runway, I think the runway actually only came down as far as there. No, this used to be a picket white fence running all the way across the field there, and it was just a fence. It was just a little picket fence, and if you look back in the history, no, yeah. I mean, there was nothing stopping people from wandering onto the runway, or you know. Jeff Anderson, isn't London Gatwick even quieter than here? I think it is, you know. I think Gatwick is like very, very quiet. I mean, I don't think there's any big stuff going on at Gatwick. Certainly not 380s. Certainly not the Qatar Dreamliners. I think the biggest stuff you're getting in there at the moment at Gatwick is TUI, isn't it? It's a little thing. The good thing is that these guys have been going out full length, so these guys should come straight towards us. Oh, Tony McCall, they couldn't put the chrome on the Dreamliner, obviously, because the chrome on the old aircraft was the alloy, the polished alloy. Of course, you can't do that on a carbon woven. Can you believe it? It's like a woven carbon. The fuselage of the one-piece woven carbon. The fuselage of the Dreamliner. Amazing. Oh, Kirsty, that's wonderful. I'm glad that you've managed to get yourself a job. That's fantastic. And well, I tell you what, I once had a spell of doing aircraft cleaning at London Gatwick when I were a lad, and I always remember the other guys, the crews, would be like, oh, it's a BCAL, or oh, it's a Dan Air, oh, it's Thomas Cook, or whatever it was. No, it wasn't Thomas Cook back then. It's Britannia, wasn't it? It's a Britannia. They'd never say the word name of the aircraft because, understandably, they didn't know. And why would you expect them to know? Because they're not interested in the aircraft themselves. They recognise them by the airline rather than the aircraft itself. But I was always like, under my breath, like, it's a 767, mate. This might be Britannia, but it's a 767 or a 757. I didn't want to say it loud because they'd be like, ooh, look at him. He knows the names of all the planes. Like, oh, here he comes, look. Jerry, the bloke who knows the names of all the planes. So, nice one, Kirsty. Congratulations. Wow, Alan Gale, do you know that the RAF now use Phantoms as crew trainers, cracking little jets? There we go. He's going to go full length, see? And you know the reason why they go full length on these little ones is so that they can take off on the ramp, on the up ramp, and you literally use it as a takeoff aid. I think even Chachi would have to squeeze himself under that wing, wouldn't he? Does it? Oh yeah, I've got that one. It's quite spindly though, isn't it? Oh. Should lift off just at the point of where the ramp. There we go. Overran it just a little tiny bit, didn't he? I'll be honest with you. As for being a pilot, I wouldn't mind flying one of those around. It'd be quite fun actually. Only have to deal with like 5 passengers as opposed to 275 or however many. Enda Burke off to Paris Le Bourget. Thank you, Enda. Good to see you here, Enda, by the way. Jockey Boy. Definitely Jockey Boy is ex-air crew or current air crew. I don't know, but it's good to have you here. Yeah, it is a travesty, isn't it, that we have to have all this security fencing and all that kind of stuff. But you know, it's you're dealing with all different types of people, aren't you? That you need to keep out of these out of airports. TCC, nice sound from those engines. Turn and burn, Steve F. Right, if you'll excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. It's funny, isn't it? If I'm not on the van, I need to go for a wee. So there's nothing inbound, is there, Gillian? Nothing coming out, is there? Nothing. Just check that Emirates tail. Right. Okay. Back in 2 minutes. Right. You can take the mickey out of me now, folks. Oh, he's gone. Yeah, let me call you back, Jelly. Let me call you back. All right, okay. comes. Oh, okay, go comms, GP. Or at least try to. I don't really see. Hello. Okay, it worked this time then. Okay. How much would one of those little planes cost? Good question. They're not cheap, are they? You picking me up, Julie? Can you? It's just you're a little bit less. Yeah. Let me just turn the headset. Check. Hello. Most peculiar, man. Do you think it's anything to do with a sudden intake of? Because if there's absolutely nothing happening on the screen, yeah, whilst I was away. I know. No. It's just that what I'm saying is it's a sudden surge, isn't it? Like all of a sudden it's like a almost. No, the battery's fine, man. I know the battery's fine. Yeah, 39% on the battery. Yeah. That's what we missed, folks. So sorry about that. That was a pure. Oh, okay. And we have to be hooked up for that, don't we? Mm. Yeah, no, that is one of the positive sides of it. Yeah. Oh my goodness me, like minutes, you know, like, and now it's under
under 30 seconds, isn't it, really? Wow, that is very quick. Gordon Smith, yes, still plan is still to whilst I'm en route back down south, the plan is to oh man, I mean, nice clean jacket, and I've gone and spilt a big blob of flipping pizza on it. Oh, that's a shame. You stupid boy. Doug Marshburn, there is a NATO E3 going up the coast by Berwick upon Tweed. E3 Century, I think that's called. Is it called the E3 Century? Oh, I've just made it worse by trying to get it off with me spit. Oh, it's all gone. Oh, it looks. Oh, that's just terrible. Darren 747 Steggles is carp fishing for a week in Ringwood with Big Jet TV on. John Kerr, the BAE 146, or the whichever variant it is actually a static aircraft that's on display. Bless him, he said, and understandably so, he thinks it's going to be departing because it's got the stairs going up to it. That's a static display, John, at the Runway Visitors Park, the RVP. Another place which I have to be honest with you folks, is a great place to visit. If you're up at Manchester and you're coming to watch the planes, you've got to go to the RVP if you're going to come to the pub, and vice versa. You've got to try both of them out, because you've got static aircraft over there, the front end of a DC-10, the nose section of a DC-10, I mean a very small section, but at least you get to see the old cockpit, which is pretty phenomenal. You can go inside that. The BAE 146 that you're seeing there, or the RJ, whichever variant it is, I'm not sure. You've got that parked up there as a static display, as well as a BEA Trident, which they are planning to bring back into service in terms of people being able to walk on it, and a Nimrod as well, which is I mean, I think that was for hunting down submarines more than anything else. The Nimrod. And those two, and the Nimrod as well, of course, is something that they're looking to make available for people to walk on. But the RVP itself has got a great little cafe in there. Of course, they've got Concorde in there as well, and the Concorde that they have in there is a static display, which is indoors as well, so out of the weather, beautifully looked after, very well looked after, and it's actually the aircraft that the Queen used when she travelled on Concorde. You can actually see the seat that she sat in. Oh, is he a happy bunny? He's a happy bunny, isn't he? He's not all mix and toasted up, is he? I think it's illegal to do that now, isn't it, by farmers? Oh, well, you're going to see that all the time, aren't you? I know, man, I know. There's a lot of young ones that you see as well, which is a terrible thing, because the young ones are coming out now, aren't they? Did what? We did a tour of Concorde, yeah. We did it on Big Jet TV. We did a whole tour around the RVP, actually, folks. So you can look at it on our channel if you want to. But if you're going to do that, make sure for that, and it also depends on the runway direction, the operations at the time. But come and visit up here at the airport pub, folks. Look how much you've got. You've got an indoor section there as well, the hangar, which is fully heated in there, so you can really be out of the elements if needs be.
drinking comfort and eating comfort over there. Got a bar open as well, and just behind me there's the orangery there, which is fully glazed and weatherproof. And of course you've got all this outdoor seating here as well, which under the current in the current times, in the current climate, is quite ideal because it's very well spaced out as well, so you're not all huddled in together. And of course you've got the inside of the pub as well, which is aviation themed. You know, they've got a couple of tables in there which is like sitting inside an engine cowl, all chromed around it and wood and so on and so forth. Oh, Newark Air Museum. Yes, I've been to Newark Air Museum, and I've been on board the Vulcan at the Newark Air Museum. Vulcan, Shackleton, and lots of Russian jets, and also they've got a museum there as well, which you can walk around as well. Of course, that part of the world very well used during the war. Oh wow, wow, yeah. Who's that? Who sent you that? Memory Lane Terry. Right. Okay. Oh, Memory Lane Tony. Okay. Let's just send us one of those that I just saw there is a British Airways VC10 in oh, was it Boeing? I thought it was Landor or Negus. Wasn't it Negus? Landor. Is Negus, yeah. British Airways or British Airways VC10 in Negus livery. That's another aircraft that had a massive rake on it, was the VC10, wasn't it? Wow. Terry Torment had a meal at the pub about 2 years ago. Lovely view of the aircraft. Homie the man. After a Concorde flight, BA would give you a pamphlet with a summary of your flight, i.e. time in the air, top speed, altitude, etc. I've got to find mine so I can figure out where my plane is. Wow. Wow. And yeah, of course, it still will be somewhere around the world. Hopefully, it won't. The only bit remaining of your aircraft won't be the nose cone that's stuffed in the corner of a British Airways lounge. There we go, Darren Emerton's been to the airport pub a few times. Simon White, any chance of a discount code at the pub? Difficult one that, but something I can certainly ask Terry. Maybe if you order a meal over £10 you get a free pint or something like that. Maybe we can do something like that. James Taylor VC10 was a superb aircraft. Shame it didn't sell. Yeah. Weren't that many crap carriers that used the Vickers VC10, was there? I mean, British Airways, there was, what's that, Jilly? Yeah, good for you, Richard. Thank you very much indeed. That tail on the VC10 looked massive as you tanked off it. Jockey boy. Oh, tanked off it. Okay. Wow. Are there any active gates to your right? Hart Hayward Steve asking. There are gates to my right. I mean, if I yeah, obviously the wall's in the way, but all I've got lined up literally to my right is, it's a shame we can't go out about another 10 feet because you would be able to see the control tower. So literally just behind that wall there is the control tower. But unfortunately, due to the oh, Simon White, yeah, he was only joking, right, fair enough.
Chris Broadhurst, just here today, my friend. Once the 380 has gone out, what's the deal with the 777s though, Chili? I kind of feel like I wouldn't want to go all the way back and not see these 777s go out from here. Those big giant GE90s in front of me. Two 777s have just gone into EMA. Really? Wow, what freighters? Must be freighters. I don't really know. Chris Broadhurst, it is sad to see it so quiet, but it can only go one way, can't it, Chris? Oh, really? Ender Burke, this bizjet headed to Faro. Thanks, Ender. Oh, Acorn Revivals. I think that BAE 146 used to test fly over the Hope Valley before it stopped flying. That's what he thinks. Simon, most definitely, I would never go to an airport and not go live, I have to say. That wing profile, man. How cool is that wing profile? Yeah, but one's going back to Doha and one's going to Dublin or something. Is it Dublin or was it somewhere else? Somebody said. And what's the estimated departure time? And what's the okay, so it's 45 minutes after the Emirates. And what's the drive time from here to EMA? Oh, sorry, folks. Okay, 1 hour and 30. That's all right, isn't it? The big stuff doesn't pick up till it's about 7 o'clock. That blended tip, man. Yeah. Oh yeah, I did, yeah. Now this is the ultimate pocket rocket. This is, listen to this thing go out. Punch it. So I should get there just in time, theoretically. Awesome. Off like a robber's dog. Oh, I've just cut you off, Jelly. Oh, right. Okay. Sorry, I just pressed the wrong button there. Jeffrey Fry must take care. Boom! Mikhail, yes, that is a private jet. Private charter, and like a lot of people are saying that they, and like Solaris saying there, that it is probably going out to Champions League, in it, I'd imagine, a lot of these private jets. Oh, Europa League, okay. I have, Lee Shand, I have the side windscreen of one of those in my garage. A gift from my son. It weighs a ton. I mean, not a literal ton, but it's heavy, yes. Terry Thomas has had the show on for 6 hours. Well, he's been in the kitchen for 6 hours. Don't think we've been on for 6 hours, have we? Oh, blimey, not far of it. Only an hour off. That was not a headphone-friendly departure, James Taylor saying. Oh, man, you wait till this 380 comes out, folks. Yeah, no, it is. It is. That's what you want. Just turn it down a little bit. Okay, Ender saying that EMA has roadworks. Well, assuming you're going via the sat-nav directions, yeah, well, Waze should. Some roadworks in Stoke near the tunnel. I won't come off anywhere near the tunnel. I'll just come straight over the motorway, go over the motorway and straight down towards the racetrack, isn't it? No? Wally Cooley, it's East Midlands Airport, EMA stands for. East Midlands Airport. We've got a new member as well, Matt C. Hello Matt, welcome to Big Jet TV. A380 on radar, Joe Thompson saying. Oh, and her tail has disappeared. Her tail's disappeared. So the A380 is pushing back. Oh yes, here we go folks, you wait for this. Oh my goodness me, don't go anywhere, make sure you hang around for at least this departure. Lee Shand, the plan was to hang it on my wall in the man cave, but one, the wife won't allow it, and two, I don't think the wall would support it. Yeah, you'd have to probably build a, mind you, I've got a very large mirror in my lounge, which is extremely heavy, I have to say. It's just the hardware that you use to hang it, and I've just used two very large bolts that I've fixed into the wall. Exactly the same principle as you would do with a screw fix system, but with just heavy duty plugs, raw plugs that you drill into the wall, as opposed to like an 8mm plug. I think it's a 10mm plug, and a huge bolt that I drove in probably about 100mm into the wall to give it some real decent support, and it's hung there for 5 years, I think now. Smash! That was it. It's just falling off the wall. Okay. Oh mate, yeah, I'm going to take that back with me. That's tomorrow's breakfast. You're a ledge. Thanks, man. Oh, Lee Shan lives in an American home, which is basically made of paper, not like the old English houses, all concrete and yeah, no, fair enough. Come on, 380 real China. Oh, Chris Broadhurst says the roadworks have all gone, Jilly. Oh, did you say that just now? Sorry, say it there, Dad. Shut up, I'm telling yous. Steffi Crinlow, I've got some DIY that needs doing. Big DIY TV. I have to say I'm very good at stuff like that. But anyway, that's another story, innit? Put me into anything. Bish, bosh, bash. Here she comes, ladies and gents. Here she comes. Yeah, Sandy, but you can find the stud. If you've got some good studding in there, good sturdy stud, you can still make a good fixing into the timber. Engines have started, I believe. N-Hammer, with the right name it has to say. My walls are hard concrete that I need a special drill for. Well, it's a hammer drill. Is all you need. A good, strong hammer drill. Oh, I won't be able to stop for Staffy. It's EMA or Staffy and... No. No. I don't know. I mean, I can hear the engine starting. He's a big duck. He's a big duck. Big grey duck, isn't he? He's grey. We did. Yes, we did, yeah. And he's a very special breed of duck. He's not your average, like, you know, normal duck. Right, Doc. Michaela Marshall, this is like Christmas for me. Well, I have to say, folks, wow, Hodgie, at the moment there's a Silkway Jumbo on the deck at EMA. Is that Silkway's 747-8? There's another engine start. Terry Torment, it's quite simple actually. When you know, you'll know it for good. It's compass heading 270-230-090. Can you hear those engines firing up? Did you hear those engines firing up, folks? James says he can hear her. There we go. Darren 747 said, "I'll get a fish bite. You watch it, and I'll miss the 3.8. He's going to get a bite on his." It's about the only one that's going to get away, eh? Hayley Barron, good afternoon to you. Richard Hodge, that sometimes happen. They come on radar and then they go off.
Stanley the duck. No, Leslie, it's always been Staffy the duck. Dylan James, how long will you be at Miami? That's going to be in June. She's moving now. She's going to come into shop very soon. Going to be there for 3-4 days in Miami, bringing all of our wonderful members, first class and super class members. Who is? Oh, James, the weatherman. Of course he's here. He's just down there, isn't he? No, there he is, over there in the corner. There. Here she comes now, dwarfing everything in its path, literally. James Price couldn't have found a better time to join James. Welcome to Big Jet TV. Here we go. I'm going to go off comms now. Let this thing go all the way out. You can hang your washing off my nipples right now. worth setting your alarm for at 4 o'clock in the morning and driving 3 hours. Being with all you folks and sharing it with everybody. It's just nothing better, I don't think. I mean, that, in terms of departures, was very dramatic. Steve the weatherman is now covered in grass. Wow. Wow, just wow and wow again. How was that, fella?
I felt that, yeah.
Wow. Was it warm?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. It's Trent 900 power. Yes, crazy man. Yeah.
I know, yeah.
Yeah. Fantastic, man.
The air was going to blow off.
Les S. Pity I will not be watching tonight's show as I will be swimming for the first time for 6 months. Oh, well, that's a good thing that you're getting out there, getting the exercise. That's what you need. And Anth, thank you. Michaela Marshall, awesome. Leslie Pike, don't tell him your name. Loving it, thank you. Harry Rundell, a great video. Action, Chris M, utter beauty. Mojave BNSF, fantastic. That's the best thing since sliced bread. Well done, Jerry and Jenny. I mean, just the whole bit of it coming down here, taxiing out and going out, and just the noise as the whatever those valves are, the dump valves or whatever they might be, just make that just as he throws the throttle forwards and punches it. Oh my God. Tina Benfield, magnificent. Lord Geeker, I'm always amazed how quiet she is. That private jet was louder indeed. 4 huge Trent 900s or GPW engines, whatever they might be. Just absolutely awesome. SKW sounded very D-rated. Great drama indeed. Sandy Humby, Nicola H, awesome. EGPX, well, that was good. Got to go. Take care, all the best. Melody, great shot. Aviation fan. A few people going to have to go now. Great banking there, Steffi Quinlan. Thank you so much. Thomas Forbes, James Price, bit of blast off engines, nearly lost my coffee. James Price saying. Dean Kovac is a new member. Welcome, Dean. I hope you managed to catch that before joining. Absolutely breathtaking, Lorraine saying. Jackie PFC, Basil Sims. That was extremely cool. Leslie White is covered in coffee apparently. Shall we wait for one of these Qatar triples? Is it worth it? Paul Grew, he did time it. 2 hours and 44 minutes. 2 hours, 44 minutes and 50.14 seconds between wheels hitting the ground on Manchester to lifting off on that 380. Paul, fantastic. He's had a stopwatch on it. He actually had a stopwatch on it. Utterly superb, Simon I saying. Stunning in sight and in sound. Les S loving it. Nicola H, absolutely brilliant. Michaela Marshall, thank you folks for your... Okay. Should we do that then? Okay, folks. Yeah, it's a tricky one because there's going to be other aircraft coming in, isn't there? And if we get there, I mean, this is all assuming we've got a parking spot there as well. We need to consider that as well. Dean, I've just given Dean a shout out. Welcome, Dean, to Big Jet TV. Wendy Woo's been on the A380 3 times on the upper deck, and hopefully again next year. It's so quiet and smooth. Okay.
Jimmy Beasley tuning in from the United States of America. Okay, should we do that then, folks? Okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to do that, and then we're going to do that. Can they hear me, Jilly? Can they hear me? Okay, folks, we are going to, that's part one over with. How about that then? What a departure, man. I mean, honestly, really could have done that. But really, thank you. A big, major thank you, folks, to Terry and all the crew here at the Airport Pub. Thanks to everybody who was here to say hello as well. Really appreciate that. Thanks, Terry, for the pizza. That was brilliant. Don't forget, folks, check them out online. The Airport Pub, Manchester. You can't miss it. But we're going to head back down to East Midlands now. That's the plan. Obviously see what's happening. I might even speak to James on the way down there and see what's going on down at East Midlands. But I think it's better to get down there now so we can get ourselves a good position and then settle in and watch some of the action going on with the brown tails that arrive, DHL, and of course the 747s, Silkway, I believe, are on the ground at the moment. You guys will keep me informed on that as well. So we're going to head down now. I'm going to break this lot down and get myself down to EMA. So tune in, keep your eye open on the app because we'll send out a show update on the app as well. That's about it. Fantastic, great to be back at Manchester. Don't forget that our good friends at Airliners Live, Martin, is going to be live from Manchester over the weekend at some point. Check them out and find out when they're going to be here. We'll try not to clash with them, obviously, during our weekend show. Yeah, look forward to that and look forward to seeing you a little bit later from East Midlands Airport. A cargo hub, as it is at the moment. It is obviously an airport that handles passenger traffic as well, but it is also a massive cargo hub which literally comes alive at night time. Around about 7 o'clock is when all the really big heavy stuff starts, so we'll be able to get a couple of hours of that at least, but that's based on me leaving at 9 o'clock. It's going to be a long day, but anyway, we'll see you down there, folks. Thanks a lot. See you later. Cheers. Okay, GP, let's break it on down. Okay, yeah, you can try that, yeah.